Welcome to Crime for Sleep. Before we begin, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1, she had never used the attic. It was too cramped, too dusty, and the previous owner had warned her the flooring was unstable. But every night, just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard its slow, deliberate footsteps overhead. At first, she thought it was just the house settling. Then one evening, she pushed open the attic hatch, aiming her flashlight into the darkness. Dust floated in the beam, undisturbed. But in the farthest corner, just beneath the rafters, a single footprint marked the floor. Fresh. The house on Sycamore Lane had belonged to Elaine Mercer for exactly 43 days when she first noticed the sounds. The Victorian home, with its peeling wallpaper and creaking floorboards, had been a steal too good to pass up. The realtor had insisted. What the realtor hadn't mentioned was why the previous owners had left so suddenly, taking only what they could carry in a single night. Detective Thomas Reed sat at his desk, the yellow light of his lamp creating soft shadows across the case file. He ran his fingers along the edge of the photograph. Elaine Mercer, age 32, brown hair, blue eyes, last seen entering her home on a Tuesday evening in October. Her sister had reported her missing 3 days later when Elaine failed to show up for their weekly lunch. The photograph slipped from his fingers and floated down onto the pile of similar cases, all women, all living alone, all vanished without a trace. The detective's coffee had grown cold hours ago, but he sipped it anyway, grimacing at the bitter taste. The Sycamore Lane house had a history, one that hadn't made it into the real estate listing. 3 previous owners in the past decade, each staying less than a year, each reporting strange sounds before they moved out, or in the case of Patricia Wilkins in 2018, before she disappeared. Reed pulled out the statement from the neighbor, Mrs. Henderson, an elderly woman with keen eyes and an even keener memory. She kept talking about footsteps in the attic, Mrs. Henderson had said, her voice a whisper as if afraid of being overheard. I told her it was impossible. That attic hasn't been used in decades, not since the Douglas family owned the house in the 70s. The beam of Detective Reed's flashlight cut through the darkness of Elaine's bedroom. Everything was in its place: a book on the nightstand, reading glasses folded neatly beside it, a half-empty glass of water. The bed was made as if she had never slept in it that night. He moved slowly, methodically, careful not to disturb any potential evidence. The ceiling above him held a small hatch, painted the same off-white as the rest of the ceiling, almost invisible unless you knew to look for it. The ladder creaked under his weight as he climbed toward the attic. The sound echoed in the empty house, a hollow reminder of the silence that had fallen over the property. With each step, dust rained down, floating in the beam of his flashlight like tiny galaxies. The hatch pushed open with surprising ease, as if it had been used recently and often. The attic air was thick and stale, filled with the musty scent of age and abandonment. Reed's flashlight illuminated the space in sections: old furniture draped in sheets, cardboard boxes stacked haphazardly, forgotten remnants of previous lives. The beam finally settled on what he had been told to look for: a single footprint in the dust. But what Elaine had not lived long enough to discover was that it wasn't the only one. A trail of prints led from the hatch to the far corner of the attic, where the ceiling sloped down to meet the floor. There, hidden behind a large armoire that hadn't been moved in decades, was a small door, the kind that maintenance workers might use to access the space between houses in a row of connected buildings. But the house on Sycamore Lane was detached, standing alone at the end of the street. There should have been nothing behind that door but the outside wall and a 2-story drop to the ground below. Detective Reed's hand hesitated on the rusted handle. The case files flashed through his mind. 5 women over 10 years, all vanished from this house. The door swung open with a low groan that seemed to reverberate through the entire structure. Instead of the expected view of the night sky, there was a narrow passageway, its walls made of rough-hewn wood that didn't match the construction of the house. The tunnel stretched into darkness, the beam of the flashlight insufficient to reveal its end. On the floor, more footprints, both coming and going, and something else, dark stains on the wooden planks, long dried but unmistakable to someone who had spent 20 years in homicide. 2 days later, when the forensic team had finished processing the tunnel, they discovered it led to an abandoned storm drain that ran beneath the neighborhood. And at its end, in a small chamber that had been furnished with a table, a chair, and a collection of personal items, they found evidence of all 5 women and 3 others who had never been reported missing. They never found the man who had created the passageway, who had walked night after night in the attic, watching and waiting for the perfect moment. The house on Sycamore Lane was demolished the following spring, the lot left empty, a gap like a missing tooth in the smile of the street. But Detective Reed kept the case open, the files never far from his desk. And on quiet nights when the station was empty, he sometimes thought he could hear the echo of footsteps overhead, slow and deliberate, moving towards something or someone only they could see. The rumors spread through the neighborhood like whispers in the dark. Some said the man had been a former owner who had built the tunnel during renovations and then sold the house, only to return through his secret passageway. Others believed he had never left at all, that he lived within the walls of the house, emerging only when the occupants were asleep. The most disturbing theory came from Mrs. Henderson, who insisted that the original blueprints of the house, drawn in 1897, showed no attic at all. The footprint Elaine Mercer found that night wasn't the beginning of the story, nor was Detective Reed's discovery the end. In towns across the country, women living alone reported strange sounds in their homes, footsteps in places where no one should be walking. Most dismissed it as the normal noises of an aging house, the settling of joists, the expansion and contraction of wood and metal as temperatures changed. But sometimes, just sometimes, someone would shine a light into the darkness and find a single footprint in the dust. Fresh. Story 2. The old wooden desk had been left behind by the last tenant, its surface scratched and weathered. Most of the drawers opened easily except one. The bottom drawer wouldn't budge, no matter how hard she pulled. Days later, she finally forced it open with a screwdriver. Inside, there was only one thing, a crumpled napkin with the words, "Don't let them in." And beneath it, deep scratch marks in the wood as if someone had been clawing to get out. Melissa Porter had just moved into the small apartment on Sycamore Street, a quiet road on the outskirts of Millfield. The rent was surprisingly affordable for such a picturesque neighborhood. Her landlord, a thin man with perpetually damp palms, had mentioned that the previous tenant had left in a hurry. "Family emergency," he'd said, his eyes never quite meeting hers. He hadn't asked for the previous tenant's furniture to be removed, saying Melissa could keep it or dispose of it as she wished. The desk stood in the corner of the living room, an antique piece with curved legs and brass handles. For the first week, Melissa had barely noticed it, too busy unpacking boxes and arranging her new life. But one evening, as the autumn sun cast long shadows across her hardwood floors, she decided to examine it more carefully. Perhaps it could become her writing space, a place to work on the novel she'd been planning for years. Detective Aaron Morris rubbed his tired eyes as he reviewed the case file. The disappearance of Thomas Lowell, age 34, reported missing 3 months ago, had gone cold. No leads, no witnesses, just a man who seemed to vanish into thin air. The last known address was an apartment on Sycamore Street, the very same apartment where Melissa Porter now lived, though she didn't know this yet. In the dim light of the precinct, Morris flipped through photographs from Lowell's apartment taken during the initial investigation. Nothing had seemed out of place. A half-empty coffee cup on the kitchen counter, a laptop closed on the sofa, a weathered wooden desk in the corner, its drawers all open and empty except for the bottom one, which had been locked. At the time, they had decided not to force it open, finding no probable cause. Now, Morris wondered if that had been a mistake. Back in the apartment, Melissa's finger traced the scratch marks inside the drawer. They were deep, desperate. The wood splintered at the edges where someone had dug their fingernails repeatedly. The napkin with its cryptic warning lay on her coffee table, the blue ink slightly smudged, but the message clear enough. She couldn't explain why, but she felt a chill whenever she looked at it. That night, sleep didn't come easily. The autumn wind whispered against her windows, and somewhere in the building, pipes creaked and groaned. Melissa found herself thinking about the desk, about the locked drawer, about those scratch marks. Who had made them, and what did the warning mean? The next morning brought a knock at her door. A man in a rumpled suit stood in the hallway, badge in hand. Detective Aaron Morris, he introduced himself, voice gravelly from too much coffee and too little sleep. I'm following up on a missing persons case. The previous tenant of this apartment, Thomas Lowell. I was wondering if you might have found anything unusual since moving in. Melissa hesitated, then invited him inside. Together they stood before the desk, the bottom drawer now open. Detective Morris crouched down, running his fingers along the scratch marks, his expression growing more troubled. These weren't here before, he murmured, almost to himself. I found this too, Melissa said, showing him the napkin. The detective's eyes widened slightly as he read the message. Records showed that Thomas Lowell had been a quiet, ordinary man, a data analyst who worked from home. Few friends, no enemies that anyone knew of. His sister had reported him missing when he failed to show up for their weekly dinner. His car had been found in the building's parking garage, a fine layer of dust covering its surface. His bank accounts remained untouched, his phone unanswered. In the days that followed, Melissa found herself drawn deeper into the mystery. She noticed other things about the apartment that seemed strange. A small, almost imperceptible gap behind the refrigerator, a section of baseboard that didn't quite match the rest, the way sound echoed differently in the hallway closet than it should have. Detective Morris returned several times, each visit bringing new questions rather than answers. They learned that the landlord had been quick to rent the apartment after Lowell's disappearance, despite the ongoing investigation. When confronted, he claimed ignorance, but his nervous demeanor suggested otherwise. It was during one of these visits that they heard it for the first time, a faint tapping sound coming from somewhere inside the walls. 3 taps, then silence. 3 more taps, then silence again. A pattern that repeated itself for nearly an hour before stopping abruptly. This building, Morris said quietly, was renovated 5 years ago. The contractor who did the work was later arrested for fraud cutting corners, using substandard materials. He paused, letting the implication hang in the air. There have been rumors about secret spaces, modifications that weren't in the plans. The tapping returned the next night and the night after that. Always the same pattern, always from within the walls. Melissa found herself counting the taps, trying to decipher them. Were they random, or was someone trying to communicate? The answer came one rainy evening when Detective Morris brought in a structural engineer. Using specialized equipment, they traced the sound to a section of wall behind the desk, the very desk with the locked drawer. When they carefully removed a portion of the drywall, they discovered a small space, barely large enough for a person to fit inside. The space was empty, but on its floor lay a single wooden pencil, worn down to a nub. Its tip was dark with what looked like dried blood, and on the inner wall, scratched in the same desperate manner as the drawer, was a message: "He comes at night, don't let them in." The case of Thomas Lowell remains officially unsolved. The landlord disappeared shortly after the discovery of the hidden space, his own apartment left in disarray. Forensic tests confirmed that the blood on the pencil belonged to Lowell, but no body has ever been found. Melissa Porter no longer lives in the apartment on Sycamore Street. She moved out just 2 weeks after the discovery, unable to sleep with the knowledge of what had happened there. The desk was taken as evidence, its bottom drawer now permanently open. The scratch marks a silent testament to someone's desperate attempt to leave a warning. Sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, Detective Morris returns to the empty apartment, stands in the darkened living room, and listens. He's never admitted it to anyone, but he swears that sometimes, very faintly, he can still hear the tapping from within the walls. 3 taps, then silence. 3 more taps, then silence again, as if someone is still there, still trying to be found. The desk sits in an evidence warehouse now, gathering dust alongside other unsolved mysteries. Its drawers are all open, their secrets exposed except for the story behind those desperate scratch marks, a story that may never fully come to light. And somewhere perhaps Thomas Lowell is still trying to send a message: don't let them in. Story 3, the bathroom mirror was old, slightly warped at the edges, but it did its job. At least that's what she thought until she noticed something strange. When she brushed her hair, her reflection's hand moved slightly out of sync, just a fraction of a second behind. Thinking it was her imagination, she reached out, touching the glass. Her reflection did the same. But as she pulled her hand away, her reflection hesitated and smiled. Detective Sarah Marsh stood in that same bathroom 3 days later, her eyes fixed on the antique mirror with its ornate brass frame. The room was cold unseasonably, so for April in Vermont, and her breath formed small clouds that dissipated against the glass surface. Behind her, the gentle click of a camera shutter punctuated the silence as the forensic photographer documented the scene. Sarah's reflection stared back at her, faithful and synchronized, betraying nothing of what had reportedly happened here. "No signs of forced entry," Officer Bennett murmured beside her, his voice low as if respecting the stillness of the empty apartment. Neighbors didn't hear anything unusual, just he hesitated, flipping through his notepad, just what the roommate described as a long silence, then a single thump. Sarah nodded, her gaze drifting from the mirror to the bathroom floor. No blood, no obvious signs of struggle, just the faint outline of the chalk marking where Elise Winter's body had been found, curled in a position that the medical examiner had described as peaceful, almost intentional. The case file on Elise Winters was unnervingly thin. 28 years old, freelance graphic designer, no known enemies, no history of mental health issues or substance abuse. The preliminary autopsy showed no immediate cause of death, no trauma, no apparent heart failure, no aneurysm. Just a healthy young woman who somehow had simply stopped being alive. But there was the mirror. Her roommate mentioned something odd, Sarah said, more to herself than to Bennett. Said Elise had been acting strange for about a week, talking about her reflection doing things she wasn't doing. Bennett shifted uncomfortably. Hallucinations. Maybe. Sarah stepped closer to the mirror, studying her own features. But the toxicology report came back clean. and Jessica, the roommate, said Elise wasn't the type to make things up. That evening, as the spring rain tapped gently against her office window, Sarah reviewed the interview transcripts. Jessica Chen had been composed during questioning, her answers direct and thoughtful, despite the shock of finding her friend's body. Elise kept saying she needed to get rid of the mirror, Jessica had explained. It was a vintage piece she'd bought at an estate sale last month. She loved it at first, but then she started saying strange things, that her reflection would stay still when she moved, that sometimes it would watch her. Sarah's pen hovered over her notepad, estate sale, previous owner. The connection wasn't difficult to make. The mirror had belonged to Elena Wright, an elderly woman who had passed away peacefully in her sleep. The estate sale had been conducted by her son, Martin Wright, who had been eager to liquidate his mother's possessions. Martin Wright lived in a modest house on the outskirts of town. When Sarah interviewed him the next day, his demeanor was polite but distant, his eyes never quite meeting hers. Yes, the mirror had been his mother's. No, there was nothing special about it that he knew of. Yes, his mother had died in her sleep. No health issues, just old age, just stopped being alive. "Did your mother ever mention anything unusual about the mirror?" Sarah asked, watching his reaction carefully. Martin's fingers tensed slightly around his coffee mug. Mom had become confused in her final months. She said a lot of things that didn't make sense. Such as... A long pause. The grandfather clock in the corner ticked steadily, filling the silence. She said she'd see someone else in the mirror sometimes, not herself. He smiled thinly. Dementia, the doctor said. Sarah nodded, but something in his tone made her ask, "Did you believe it was just dementia?" The clock ticked 7 times before he answered. "I found her journals after she died. She'd been writing about the mirror for years. Said it showed her things, future things. Said her reflection would sometimes move on its own, or he hesitated, or show her how she would die. 3 more deaths, that's what Sarah found when she dug deeper. 3 previous owners of the mirror, spanning back nearly 70 years. Each death ruled as natural causes. Each body found in the same curled position. Each preceded by reports from friends or family about strange behavior, about the deceased claiming their reflection wasn't quite right. The mirror now sat in the evidence room, covered with a cloth. Sarah had tried to convince herself that this was all coincidence, a strange pattern but nothing supernatural. Yet she found herself standing before it again, late one night when the station was nearly empty. Slowly she pulled the cloth away. Her reflection gazed back at her, ordinary and expected. She raised her hand. Her reflection did the same. She turned her head, so did her reflection. For nearly 5 minutes, nothing unusual happened. Sarah almost laughed at herself, at how easily she'd been pulled into this strange web of superstition. Then, as she began to replace the cloth, she caught it the slightest delay. Her hand moved, and a heartbeat later, her reflection followed. She froze, staring intently at the glass. Her reflection blinked. Sarah didn't. Slowly, imperceptibly, her reflection's lips curled into a smile that Sarah wasn't making. The case of Elise Winters was officially classified as death by natural causes 3 weeks later. The mirror was logged into evidence storage, then mysteriously disappeared from the records. Martin Wright claimed no knowledge of its whereabouts when questioned. And Detective Sarah Marsh, she requested a transfer the following month. Her colleagues noted that she had become strangely quiet, introspective. She had taken to avoiding reflective surfaces and had covered all the mirrors in her home. Sometimes, late at night, she would wake with the unshakable feeling that someone was watching her from the other side of a glass that wasn't their someone with her face, but a smile that wasn't her own. Story 4, the basement air hung heavy with the scent of mildew and forgotten time. Sandra Miller ran her fingertips along the rough concrete wall as she descended the wooden stairs, each step releasing a soft creak that seemed to echo through the empty house above. The real estate agent's voice trailed behind her, the practiced enthusiasm barely masking her disinterest in this final stop of their tour. As I mentioned, the basement is unfinished but has great potential. The previous owners left some old furniture, but we can arrange for it to be removed before closing. November light filtered weakly through 2 small ground-level windows, casting long shadows across the space. Sandra's husband Michael joined them at the bottom of the stairs, his footsteps deliberate and measured, the way they always were when he was considering a major decision. "How long has the house been vacant?" Michael asked, his voice soft in the stillness. "Nearly 3 years," the agent replied, checking her notes. "The owner passed away, and the family finally decided to sell." Sandra wandered deeper into the basement, past a weathered bookshelf and an old wooden desk. The space felt colder than it should have, even for late autumn. Something about the basement seemed to resist the precise staging that made the rest of the house feel like a model home. Here, reality crept in through the cracks. "We'll take it," Michael said after a thoughtful silence. Sandra turned, surprised by his decisiveness, but nodded in agreement. The 3-bedroom craftsman had everything they had been looking for, and the unfinished basement offered possibilities for expansion. 3 weeks later, after closing documents were signed and keys exchanged, Sandra and Michael began the process of making the house their own. The basement became their first project, a clearing out of the past to make way for the future they planned to build together. The old furniture proved more substantial than the agent had implied. A heavy oak desk with swollen drawers, a bookshelf warped by decades of dampness, and pushed against the far wall, partially hidden behind stacked boxes, an old mattress on a rusted metal frame. "I thought they said the previous owner was an elderly woman who lived alone," Sandra said, kneeling beside the mattress. The surface was thin and stained, but what caught her attention was the slight depression in its center, a body-shaped hollow that suggested recent use. Michael shrugged. Maybe she had visitors, or maybe the agent was mistaken. Sandra's fingers brushed against something hard beneath the mattress. Sliding her hand underneath, she retrieved a small transistor radio, its plastic casing worn smooth at the edges. She turned it over in her hands, noticing that the batteries had been replaced recently. The dust on the radio was disturbed, unlike the thick layer that coated everything else in the basement. "Michael," she called, her voice suddenly tight, "come look at this." As Michael crossed the basement, Sandra's gaze traveled across the concrete floor. The dust there told a story her mind was reluctant to read. Clear pathways between the mattress and the small bathroom in the corner, fresher tracks than could be explained by a house empty for 3 years. "Someone's been down here," she whispered, "recently." Michael took the radio from her hands, examining it carefully. "Let's not jump to conclusions. Maybe the real estate people were using the basement for storage while showing the house." But even as he spoke, his eyes followed the same paths Sandra had noticed in the dust. The tracks didn't lead up the stairs to the main house. They led from the mattress to the bathroom and back again, a contained circuit that suggested limited movement. "The lock," Sandra said suddenly, turning toward the basement door at the top of the stairs. "Did you notice the lock when we came in?" They climbed the stairs together, their footsteps synchronized in unconscious urgency. The door between the basement and kitchen was solid oak, heavier than interior doors typically were. The deadbolt lock that should have faced into the kitchen, protecting the main house from basement intrusion, was reversed. The keyhole faced into the basement. "It's backward," Michael said, running his fingers along the metal plate. "The lock is on the wrong side." "Not if you're trying to keep someone in rather than out," Sandra replied, her voice barely audible even in the silence. Their eyes met, and in that moment they both understood what the basement had been used for. Not storage, not a guest room, something altogether different. Detective Elaine Harper arrived 40 minutes after their call, a middle-aged woman with short-cropped gray hair and eyes that seemed to catalog details automatically. She walked the basement methodically, her notebook open but rarely written in. "You said the house belonged to an elderly woman before you purchased it," she asked, kneeling where Sandra had found the radio. "That's what we were told," Michael answered. "Margaret Winters. She was in her 80s when she passed away." Detective Harper nodded, her expression giving nothing away. "Did your agent mention any family, children or grandchildren perhaps?" "No children," Sandra said. "I believe there was a niece who handled the estate." The detective moved to the bathroom, pushing the door open with a pen from her pocket. The small space contained only a toilet and sink, both ancient but surprisingly clean compared to the rest of the basement. "Someone's been maintaining this," she observed. She returned to the main area, studying the paths in the dust, the mattress with its body-shaped depression, the small collection of items they had found. The radio, a stack of paperback novels with brittle yellow pages, a plastic cup. "I'm going to make some calls," Detective Harper said finally. "There's something about this address that seems familiar." 3 days later, they learned why. Detective Harper arrived with a file folder and a grim expression. "Margaret Winters," she began, sitting at their kitchen table, "didn't live alone, at least not officially. Her grandson Thomas lived with her since he was 12. He would be 37 now." "Would be?" Sandra asked. "Thomas was reported missing 5 years ago, 2 years before Margaret's death. The report was filed by a home health aide who noticed his absence during her visits. Margaret, suffering from advancing dementia, insisted Thomas was downstairs resting each time the aide inquired." Michael's face paled. "Are you saying she kept him prisoner?" "We don't know," Detective Harper replied carefully. "The investigation at the time found no evidence of foul play. Thomas had a history of leaving for days at a time, and with no sign of disturbance, the case went cold. When Margaret died, there was still no trace of Thomas." "But the mattress," Sandra began, "the radio suggests someone was using that space," the detective agreed. "We've taken samples for DNA testing, but these things take time." The weeks that followed brought more questions than answers. The DNA results confirmed that someone had been living in the basement, recently multiple someones, in fact, but none matched Thomas Winters. The local papers ran small articles about the mystery, drawing anonymous calls with theories but no concrete information. Then came the night when Sandra woke to the sound of the basement door opening. The house was silent save for the distant hum of the refrigerator and the soft tick of the hallway clock. Sandra lay perfectly still, straining to hear what had pulled her from sleep. Michael's breathing remained deep and even beside her. There a soft scrape of wood against wood, the basement door. Sandra slid from bed, her bare feet silent on the hardwood floor. The hallway stretched dark before her as she moved toward the kitchen, guided by instinct and the faint glow of the microwave clock. The basement door stood open just an inch, a slice of deeper darkness against the night-filled kitchen. Sandra reached for her phone, intending to call for help, when a voice drifted up from below, soft, almost childlike. "Hello, is anyone there?" The voice froze her in place, her finger hovering above the emergency call button. "Please," the voice continued. "I know someone's up there. I heard you moving." Against every instinct for self-preservation, Sandra found herself drawn toward the voice. She pushed the door open wider, revealing the darkness of the stairwell. "Who are you?" she called down, her voice surprisingly steady. A moment of silence followed, then, "My name is Thomas. This is my grandmother's house." Detective Harper arrived within 20 minutes, followed by paramedics who escorted a thin, pale man with overgrown hair from the basement. Thomas Winters, missing for 5 years, had indeed been living in his grandmother's basement not as a prisoner, but as a caretaker. She couldn't remember from one day to the next, Thomas explained later at the police station, his voice soft and halting from disuse. "Sometimes she thought I was an intruder, other times her late husband. It was easier to stay out of sight, to come up when she was sleeping to check on her." "And after she died," Detective Harper asked. "I didn't know she had passed until the real estate people came. By then I'd been living downstairs for so long," he shrugged, a gesture that encompassed years of isolation. "I was afraid to leave, afraid of what waited outside, so I stayed, coming up at night to find food, hiding when people came to show the house." "And the lock," Sandra asked, "on the basement door?" Thomas smiled, a fragile expression on his gaunt face. "My own doing. Grandmother would wander at night. The lock kept her safe, kept her from falling down the stairs in her confusion. I kept the key with me always." As winter settled over their new home, Sandra and Michael often found themselves thinking about the man who had shared their space unseen. Thomas, now in assisted living and receiving the psychological care he needed, occasionally sent them postcards, brief messages from a world he was slowly learning to rejoin. The basement remained unfinished that first year. Sometimes, late at night, Sandra would imagine she heard movement below, the soft shuffle of careful footsteps, the click of a radio being turned down low. Just the house settling, Michael assured her. Just the wind finding its way through old foundations. But sometimes, when she descended those wooden stairs alone, Sandra would call out a soft greeting to the empty space, an acknowledgement of the invisible lives that had unfolded there, the stories written in dust and silence. The basement had never been empty at all, and in a strange way, it never would be. Story 5, she had lived in the house for years, knew every corner, every creaky board. So when she discovered a door at the end of the hallway, one she was certain hadn't been there before, her stomach twisted. It looked like any other door, chipped paint, an old brass handle. But when she turned the knob, the air on the other side was heavy, stagnant. The room was empty except for a single chair facing the wall, and on the floor a thin layer of dust except for two perfect footprints leading inside. The police report would later describe Alina Webb's discovery as unusual but not immediately concerning. That was before they understood what they were dealing with, before three separate forensic teams had combed through the forgotten space in the aging Victorian on Maple Street, before the case became known in whispered conversations as The Vanishing. Detective Marissa Collins moved through the narrow hallway, her footsteps deliberately slow across the worn hardwood. The house creaked around her, shifting as old houses do, but there was something else in those sounds, something that made her pause every few steps to listen. The late afternoon sun filtered through dusty curtains, casting long shadows that seemed to point toward the end of the hall. Mrs. Webb insists the door wasn't there before last Tuesday, Officer Peterson murmured beside her, his voice barely above a whisper as if the house itself might be listening. She's lived here for 17 years, says she would have noticed. Collins nodded, her gaze fixed on the door ahead. It looked unremarkable white paint yellowed with age, a few chips revealing darker layers beneath. The kind of door you'd pass without a second thought in any old house. Yet something about it held her attention, like a word on the tip of her tongue that refused to materialize. "Has anyone been inside since you reported it?" Collins asked, her voice matching Peterson's hushed tone without conscious thought. "Just the responding officers. They confirmed the room was empty except for a wooden chair. No windows, no other doors, just four walls and a floor that doesn't appear on any of the house plans." The detective pulled latex gloves from her pocket, the soft snap as she put them on echoing down the hallway. The brass doorknob was cool beneath her fingers, turning with a resistance that spoke of rarely used hinges. As the door swung inward, the air that escaped carried a scent that Collins couldn't immediately identify, not decay, not dampness, but something older, something patient. The room beyond was perhaps 12 feet square, with bare walls the color of old bones. A single wooden chair sat in the center, facing the far wall. There were no windows, no other exits. The overhead light fixture held a bulb that glowed with a weak, yellowish light that seemed to struggle against the shadows in the corners. And there, across the wooden floorboards, a fine layer of dust lay undisturbed except for two sets of footprints, one coming, one going, that led to and from the chair. "The responding officers?" Collins asked, nodding toward the prints. Peterson shook his head. "They never went in, said they observed from the doorway, and Mrs. Webb swears she only stepped inside far enough to see the chair." He paused, clearing his throat. That would account for only one set, detective. Collins crouched down, studying the footprints. They were clear, deliberate impressions, the kind made by someone walking with purpose, not hesitation. Adult-sized. The ones leading away from the chair seemed deeper somehow, as if the person had been carrying something. "Let's get forensics in here," she said, standing. "Full workup, and I want to talk to Mrs. Webb again." Alina Webb sat at her kitchen table, hands wrapped around a mug of tea gone cold. At 72, she had the sharp eyes and sharper mind that had served her well through a career as a librarian. She was not, Collins noted, the type to imagine doors. "I've been trying to remember," Mrs. Webb said without preamble as Collins sat across from her. "That's what's troubling me the most. I should remember a room in my own house." "So you're certain the door wasn't there before?" Collins asked, opening her notebook. "Detective, I dust that hallway every Sunday, have done for 17 years. I would have noticed a door." Her fingers tightened around the mug. "But that's not all. I've been going through photographs, pictures of family gatherings, holiday parties. The hallway is visible in dozens of them. No door." Collins nodded, making notes. "And you never used that space for storage, never sealed it off for renovations?" "There is no space," Mrs. Webb said flatly. "That's what the contractor said when he came yesterday. According to the house plans, there's nothing behind that wall. The room simply doesn't exist." 3 days later, the forensic results only deepened the mystery. The dust on the floor contained no unusual elements, just the ordinary accumulation of an undisturbed space. The footprints matched no one connected to the case. The wooden chair, a simple design from the 1940s, bore no fingerprints despite its unfinished surface, which should have made it ideal for collecting them. But it was what they found behind the chair that changed everything. A single photograph lay face down on the floor, hidden from view by the chair's position. It showed a family of 4: mother, father, 2 children standing in front of the very same house on Maple Street. The picture was dated 1956, decades before Mrs. Webb had purchased the property. On the back, written in faded blue ink, "The room remembers what we forget." The family in the photograph was identified as the Lawrences, who had lived in the house from 1954 to 1957. According to county records, they had moved suddenly, leaving many of their belongings behind. The reason for their abrupt departure was never documented. More disturbing was what happened when Collins tracked down Catherine Lawrence, now 83, and living in a nursing home 2 counties over. The elderly woman had stared at the detective with cloudy eyes and shaken her head firmly. "We never lived in a house on Maple Street," she insisted. "It's always been the same apartment since Robert and I married." When shown the photograph, she identified her husband and herself, but claimed the children were neighborhood kids despite the striking family resemblance. The case file grew thicker. Previous owners were contacted. None remembered a room at the end of the hallway, yet old insurance records listed the house as having one more room than currently accounted for. A photograph from 1932 showed the family who built the house standing in front of what was unmistakably the mysterious room, its window visible from the outside in a space now occupied by solid brick. 2 weeks into the investigation, Officer Peterson disappeared. His car was found parked a block from the Webb house. His notepad contained a single entry from that morning: "Going to check the room again, something about those footprints." The search for Peterson consumed the department. Every inch of the Webb house was examined. The mysterious room was photographed, measured, and studied by experts in fields ranging from architecture to parapsychology. Through it all, the chair remained in place, the footprints undisturbed despite the parade of investigators moving through the space. It was Collins who finally noticed what everyone else had overlooked. The footprints leading to the chair had a slightly different tread pattern than those leading away. Similar size, similar depth, but not made by the same shoes, not made by the same person. The room at the end of the hallway was sealed off after that, the door locked and barricaded. Mrs. Webb moved out, unable to sleep with the knowledge of what lay beyond that door. The house remained vacant, its listing quietly removed from real estate websites. Detective Collins kept the key, though she told herself she would never use it. Yet sometimes, late at night, she found herself driving past the house on Maple Street, slowing as she approached. In her dreams, she walked down that hallway, her footsteps echoing on the hardwood. She would reach for the brass doorknob, feel its coolness against her palm. And though the official report listed Officer Peterson as missing, presumed deceased, Collins couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't gone. He had simply been replaced by something that wore his face, knew his habits, had his memories, but left different footprints. Something that had sat in that chair, facing the wall, waiting for its turn to leave. Story 6. She had always slept with one foot hanging off the mattress, an old habit from childhood. It never bothered her until the night she heard it, a voice, soft and breathy, whispering just beneath her, "I've been waiting for you." Miranda Foster awoke with a start, pulling her foot back onto the safety of her mattress, where the crisp cotton sheets provided a false sense of security. The analog clock on her nightstand cast a soft red glow across the room. 3:17 a.m. Outside, the streets of Oak Ridge were silent, save for the occasional whisper of wind through the autumn leaves. Miranda convinced herself it had been a dream, just another night terror brought on by too many late hours at the district attorney's office. She turned over and drifted back to sleep, unaware that in homes across Oak Ridge, 5 other women had experienced the exact same whisper that month. Detective James Harmon stood in Miranda Foster's living room 3 days later, thumbing through his worn leather notebook. The afternoon sun filtered through half-drawn blinds, casting striped shadows across the hardwood floor. The detective's shoes made a soft, methodical sound as he paced, the floorboards occasionally releasing a gentle creak beneath his weight. At 47, Harmon had investigated hundreds of cases, but the recent string of break-ins had left him unusually disturbed. "And you're certain nothing was taken?" Harmon asked, his voice low and measured, practiced in the art of putting victims at ease. Miranda shook her head, running her fingers along the edge of her coffee mug. "Nothing, not my laptop, not my jewelry. I wouldn't have even known someone had been here if." She paused, the steam from her tea rising in languid curls between them. "If what, Ms. Foster?" "If I hadn't found the Polaroid on my pillow." Harmon's pen hovered above his notepad. The soft scratch of ballpoint on paper had been his constant companion for 20 years. "Can I see it?" Miranda hesitated, then reached for a drawer in the side table. The wood slid open with a smooth, well-oiled glide. Inside, protected by a plastic sleeve, was a Polaroid photograph of Miranda, asleep in her bed, one foot hanging off the mattress. Written in neat, almost elegant handwriting along the white border were the words, "I've been watching you sleep." The photograph joined 5 others in the evidence room at the Oak Ridge Police Department, each showing a different woman, each featuring the same handwriting. Detective Harmon spent hours in that room, surrounded by the soft hum of fluorescent lights and the distant sounds of the station. The evidence board slowly filled with connections. All victims were women between 30 and 40. All lived alone, all worked in law or adjacent fields. And strangest of all, none reported anything stolen. "It's not about theft," Harmon murmured to himself as he pinned another photo to the board. "It's about power, control." The old ceiling fan above him turned lazily, circulating the cool, paper-scented air of the room. Across town, Dr. Alina Reed unlocked her office at Oak Ridge Memorial Hospital. As the county's lead forensic psychologist, she had been called in to consult on the case. The morning was still young, the hospital corridors quiet except for the soft squeaking of nurses' shoes on linoleum and the distant ding of an elevator. In her office, a file waited on her desk. 6 women, 6 break-ins, 6 whispers in the night. Dr. Reed recognized the pattern immediately. The methodical approach, the preference for psychological torment over physical violence, the careful selection of victims. She had seen this before, though never in Oak Ridge. Picking up her phone, she dialed Harmon's number. "The photographs are trophies," she explained, her voice calm but urgent. "He's documenting his control over these women in their most vulnerable state. But there's something else." She paused, the silence heavy with implication. "The whisper, it's his signature, his way of inserting himself into their subconscious." The investigation proceeded slowly, deliberately. Days turned into weeks. The town of Oak Ridge continued its gentle rhythm. Coffee shops opened at dawn. Courthouse bells chimed on the hour, and evening brought the soft glow of porch lights across quiet neighborhoods. Yet beneath this tranquil surface, fear had begun to take root. Miranda Foster no longer slept with one foot off the mattress. She no longer slept much at all. Each night she would lie awake, listening to the house settle, to the distant sound of traffic, to the beating of her own heart. She had changed the locks, installed cameras, purchased a gun, but the feeling of violation remained as persistent as the memory of that whisper. It was Miranda who eventually noticed the pattern. As the assistant district attorney, she had access to court records that others didn't. One evening, as dusk painted her office windows in shades of amber and violet, she discovered that all 6 women had prosecuted cases involving the same defendant, Edward Mercer, a man acquitted of stalking charges the previous year due to insufficient evidence. "Revenge," Harmon said softly when Miranda called him with her discovery. The word hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Edward Mercer lived in a small apartment on the outskirts of town. The building was unremarkable brick exterior, faded blue doors, window boxes without flowers. Detective Harmon obtained a warrant to search the premises. The lock turned with a dull click as officers entered the apartment. What they found inside defied the building's ordinary appearance. One wall of the living room was covered entirely with photographs, hundreds of them, all Polaroids, all of different women. Some were sleeping, some walking to their cars, some sitting in cafes. And there, on a small desk beneath the macabre gallery, sat a Polaroid camera and a stack of film. Edward Mercer was arrested that evening at his workplace, a printing shop where he had access to high-quality paper and ink. He offered no resistance, showed no emotion. His expression remained blank, his eyes empty, as the handcuffs closed around his wrists with a soft, definitive click. In his possession was a small notebook, its pages filled with names, addresses, and schedules. 6 names were crossed out, 23 others were not. The case against Mercer was airtight. The Polaroids, the notebook, the forensic evidence from the break-ins all pointed to his guilt. Yet throughout the trial, he never spoke, never explained his actions, never revealed why he had whispered those words beneath their beds. Miranda Foster attended every day of the trial, watching as the justice system she had dedicated her life to process the man who had stolen her peace. The courtroom was hushed, solemn, the only sounds the occasional rustle of papers, the soft tap of the judge's gavel, the measured voices of attorneys presenting their cases. When the verdict came guilty on all counts, Miranda felt no triumph, no closure. Only a lingering unease that followed her home, up the stairs, and into her bedroom, where the shadows beneath her bed seemed deeper than before. Edward Mercer was sentenced to 30 years in prison without the possibility of parole. The case was closed. Life in Oak Ridge gradually returned to normal. The whispers became a story told in hushed tones at local bars, a cautionary tale shared among friends. But for the 6 women, something had changed permanently. An innocence lost, a boundary violated, a fear implanted that no verdict could remove. 3 months after the trial, Miranda Foster received a letter. No return address, no signature. Just 7 words in an all too familiar handwriting. "I'm still waiting. Keep your feet covered." The investigation into how Mercer had sent the letter from a maximum security prison revealed nothing. No accomplices were identified, no breaches of protocol discovered. Detective Harmon suggested it had been written before Mercer's arrest and delivered by an unwitting third party. Dr. Reed proposed it was a final act of psychological warfare, a last attempt to maintain control. Whatever the truth, Miranda Foster moved away from Oak Ridge the following month. She changed her name, her career, her habits. But some nights, even years later, she would wake suddenly, heart racing, certain she had heard a whisper beneath her bed, only to find nothing but silence and the lingering question of whether Edward Mercer had acted alone. In Oak Ridge, the case of the bedroom whisperer, as it came to be known, gradually faded from public consciousness. New crimes captured attention, new fears replaced old ones. Detective Harmon retired, Dr. Reed published a paper on the psychology of stalkers, and the evidence room was eventually reorganized. The box of Polaroids moved to deep storage. Yet sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, when sleep is at its deepest and defenses at their lowest, residents of Oak Ridge might stir, momentarily disturbed by what feels like a breath of air beneath their beds. A whisper so faint it might be imagination, a subtle reminder that some violations leave no visible signs, only the invisible wounds of trust betrayed and security forever compromised. Story 7. The apartment listing had been clear. 1 bedroom, fully furnished, ready to move in. Everything seemed normal except for the extra toothbrush in the bathroom. She assumed it was left behind by the last renter. Then she found a half-empty coffee cup in the kitchen. The next morning, the blankets on the couch were folded differently than she had left them. She called the landlord, demanding answers. His voice was quiet when he finally replied, "That unit hasn't been rented in years." The case of apartment 207 at Oakwood Heights began quietly, like a whisper in an empty room. Detective Sarah Mercer stood in the center of the small living space, her notepad open but still blank. The afternoon light filtered through half-drawn blinds, casting long rectangles across the beige carpet. The apartment smelled of stale coffee and something else, a faint trace of cologne that didn't belong to anyone present. "Tell me again what happened, Miss Chen," Detective Mercer said, her voice measured and even. The young woman who had rented the apartment 3 weeks ago sat perched on the edge of an armchair, fingers interlaced tightly in her lap. "I moved in on the 1st, Eliza Chen explained, her eyes darting to the bathroom door which stood slightly ajar. "Everything was fine at first, clean, organized, but then I started noticing things." Detective Mercer nodded, finally making a small mark in her notepad. The building was quiet at this time of day, most residents at work, the maintenance staff not due until late afternoon. Only the occasional creak of the old heating system interrupted the silence. "Things would move," Eliza continued. "Nothing dramatic, a cup that wasn't where I left it. The shower curtain closed when I'd left it open." She paused, swallowing, and then the toothbrush appeared, blue handle, not mine. The detective moved toward the bathroom, careful not to disturb anything. The mirror above the sink reflected her tired eyes. 30 years on the force, and the peculiar cases still found their way to her. The toothbrush sat in a plain white holder, innocent and ordinary. Next to it, Eliza's pink one, the bristles still damp. "When did you contact the building manager?" Mercer asked, her pen hovering above the paper. After the third night, when I woke up and found the blankets on the couch folded differently, Eliza's voice trembled slightly. That's when he told me that no one had officially rented this unit for nearly 2 years. Detective Mercer turned, her expression carefully neutral, and yet the apartment was listed as available. That's what I found online. The application went through normally. I have receipts for my deposit and first month's rent. Eliza pulled out her phone, scrolling to find the documents. Everything seemed legitimate. The investigation expanded like ripples in still water. Detective Mercer requested the building's security footage, though the camera covering the hallway outside apartment 207 had been non-functional for months. The building manager, a thin man named Howard Barnes, produced records showing the unit had indeed been vacant officially since the previous tenant, Jacob Morris, had disappeared without notice in December 2022. We assumed he just skipped out on the rent, Barnes explained in the cramped management office, surrounded by filing cabinets and outdated computer equipment. It happens sometimes. We found most of his belongings still there, but nothing valuable. No wallet, no laptop, no phone. And you never filed a missing persons report? Mercer asked, the scratch of her pen against paper the only sound in the room. Barnes shifted uncomfortably. We thought about it, but then the rent kept coming in through automatic payments. The bank account was still active. We figured he just moved on. The detective's eyes narrowed slightly, and the listing Ms. Chen responded to. That's what I can't explain, Barnes said, his voice dropping lower. We never listed it. The unit was officially off the market pending some renovations. As winter deepened, so did the mystery. Detective Mercer traced the bank account making rental payments for Jacob Morris. It belonged to a shell company registered in Delaware with no clear ownership. The money deposited monthly came from another account, equally obscured. Someone was creating an illusion of occupancy, a paper ghost. Meanwhile, Eliza Chen had moved to a hotel. Her belongings remained in apartment 207, but she couldn't bring herself to return alone. Detective Mercer arranged for an officer to accompany her to collect essential items. The coffee cup was gone when we went back, Eliza told Mercer during their third interview. They sat in a quiet corner of a cafe 2 blocks from the precinct. Outside, sleet tapped against the windows in a gentle, persistent rhythm. But there was a newspaper on the kitchen counter. Yesterday's date. I didn't buy it. Mercer nodded slowly. We've set up a camera inside the unit. Motion activated. If anyone enters, we'll know. The camera captured nothing for 3 days. On the 4th night at 2:17 a.m. it activated. The footage showed the apartment door opening slowly. A tall figure entered, moving with the confidence of someone returning home. The face remained in shadow, but the body language suggested familiarity with the space. The figure moved to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and stood there for nearly a minute before closing it again. Then, most disturbingly, it walked directly to the camera, stared into it for several seconds, and reached up. The feed went dead. When Detective Mercer arrived the next morning, the camera had been neatly placed on the kitchen counter, lens facing the ceiling. Nothing else appeared disturbed. A breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A tenant from the floor above, an elderly woman named Mrs. Lowell, approached Detective Mercer as she was leaving the building. "I've seen him, you know," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The man who never left." "Jacob Morris?" Mercer asked. Mrs. Lowell nodded. Sometimes, very late, I see him entering the building, always with his key, always so quiet. I thought it was strange that no one ever saw him during the day. How long has this been happening? Oh, for months now, maybe a year. I assumed he worked nights. She paused, clutching her cardigan closer. But there's something else. He's not alone anymore. For the past few weeks, I've seen him with a woman, young Asian. I thought perhaps he had a girlfriend now. Detective Mercer felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. This woman, could she have been Ms. Chen, the new tenant? Mrs. Lowell's eyes widened slightly. Why, yes, I believe it could have been. They always entered together, though she never seemed to speak to him, almost as if she didn't know he was there. Mercer finished. The case of apartment 207 was never officially closed. Jacob Morris's body was never found, though forensic examination of the apartment revealed trace amounts of blood beneath the carefully placed area rug in the living room. The bank accounts eventually stopped their automatic payments 3 months after Eliza Chen had fled the apartment. Some residents of Oakwood Heights still report occasional sightings of a tall figure entering the building late at night. The property management installed new security cameras and changed all the locks. Apartment 207 remains vacant, the door sealed with police tape that no one has permission to remove. Detective Mercer sometimes drives by the building on her way home, her eyes drawn to the window of that one-bedroom unit. On certain nights, she swears she can see a faint light within, as if someone is moving through the rooms, going through the motions of an ordinary life that ended long ago. But perhaps most unsettling is what Eliza Chen reported in her final interview before leaving the city altogether. The night before I discovered the coffee cup, she had said, her voice steady but her hands trembling, I had the strangest dream. I dreamed I was making coffee in the kitchen, but it wasn't my hands I was watching. They were larger, with a small scar across the right knuckle. And when I looked up, just for a moment, I caught my reflection in the microwave door. But the face looking back wasn't mine. Detective Mercer closed the file, but some cases never truly end. They simply wait, patient as a folded blanket, for someone new to disturb their careful arrangement. Story 8. The portrait had been there when the Reeves family moved into the Victorian house on Maple Street, a painting of a woman in an old-fashioned dress, her unnerving gaze following visitors across the room. Mounted above the carved mahogany mantelpiece, the portrait had been left by the previous owners, who, according to the real estate agent, had departed rather suddenly. The frame was ornate silver, tarnished at the corners, giving it an antiquated charm that matched the house's 19th century architecture. Detective Lowell Harper rolled the small flashlight between his fingers as he studied the empty nail protruding from the faded wallpaper. The early November chill had crept into the old house, making his breath visible in the dim morning light filtering through heavy curtains. Outside, maple leaves spiraled down to join their fallen companions on the frost-covered lawn. "And you're certain no one in the family moved it?" Harper asked, his voice low and measured, like someone respectfully discussing the deceased at a funeral. Catherine Reeves wrapped her cardigan tighter around her shoulders. "Absolutely certain. James and I both assumed the other had taken it down. The children were at their grandparents' that weekend." She paused, swallowing visibly. "It was just gone. The house was locked. No signs of forced entry." Harper nodded slowly, making a small note in his weathered leather notebook. The pages rustled softly as he turned them, like autumn leaves shifting in a gentle breeze. This was the third similar report he'd received this month. Each case involved a missing portrait from a different home in the historic district. No other items taken, no evidence left behind. "Mrs. Reeves," he asked, "did you or your husband notice anything unusual about the portrait before it disappeared? Any peculiarities?" Catherine hesitated, her fingers idly tracing patterns on her cardigan sleeve. It sounds silly saying it out loud, but sometimes I felt like the woman's expression would change, just slightly, and the children, they said they could hear whispering coming from the painting at night. Harper didn't smile or dismiss her comments as many of his colleagues might have. After 26 years with the department, he'd learned that the strangest details often unraveled the most perplexing cases. Back at the station, the fluorescent lights hummed overhead as Harper spread out the case files on his desk. Each report contained a similar description of the missing artwork, a portrait of a woman in Victorian-era clothing, artist unknown, estimated to be from the late 1800s. Each painting had been left behind by previous homeowners. Each had vanished without explanation. The station's aging coffee maker gurgled in the corner as Harper pinned photographs to the corkboard. 3 empty walls, 3 missing portraits. The connection was obvious, but the motive remained elusive. "You've got that look," said Sergeant Martinez, placing a steaming mug beside Harper's files. "The one that says you're seeing something the rest of us are missing." Harper took the mug, warming his hands around it. "The paintings are connected to Evangeline Blackwood's estate sales." Martinez raised an eyebrow. "The old antique dealer who died last year?" "The very same. Each homeowner purchased their house through Blackwood Realty, Evangeline's daughter's company, and each portrait appeared in inventory records from Evangeline's shop dating back to the 1970s. Rain began to tap against the windows as Harper drove to Blackwood Antiques, now managed by Evangeline's grandson Michael. The shop smelled of furniture polish and old books, the floorboards creaking beneath Harper's careful steps. Display cases filled with silver trinkets and delicate porcelain reflected the soft glow of vintage lamps. Michael Blackwood was tall and thin, with the same sharp features Harper had seen in photographs of Evangeline. His hands trembled slightly as he examined the inventory records. "My grandmother was particular about certain items," Michael explained, his voice barely above a whisper. "These portraits, there were 7 of them. She called them the Watchers. She believed they contained pieces of their subjects' souls." Harper maintained his professional composure, though a chill that had nothing to do with the weather crept up his spine. "And now they're disappearing." Michael's eyes darted to the rain-streaked windows. "Not disappearing, detective, returning." That evening, Harper reviewed the interviews with each homeowner again. One detail suddenly stood out: Catherine Reeves' description of seeing the portrait woman in her mirror. Initially dismissed as stress-induced imagination, Harper now wondered if there was more to it. He called Catherine at 8:17 p.m. The connection was staticky, her voice distant. "Mrs. Reeves, could you describe again what you saw in the mirror that night?" Her breathing was audible through the phone. "It wasn't just that night, detective. I've seen her 3 times now, always in reflective surfaces, mirrors, windows, even the television when it's turned off. She's watching us, waiting for something." Harper thanked her and hung up, then immediately dialed the other homeowners. Each reported similar experiences, reflections that shouldn't be there, whispers from empty rooms, the lingering scent of lilac perfume a fragrance Evangeline Blackwood had been known to wear. The investigation stalled as November deepened toward winter. No fingerprints, no witnesses, no motive that would satisfy Harper's superiors. The case file remained open on his desk, the mystery of the missing portraits overshadowed by more pressing crimes. Then, on the anniversary of Evangeline Blackwood's death, Harper received a call from Michael. His voice was trembling with fear or excitement, perhaps both. "They're here, detective, all 7 portraits. They've returned to the shop." The antique store was dark when Harper arrived, save for a single lamp illuminating the back room. There, arranged in a perfect semicircle on the floor, stood 7 portraits. Each frame was tarnished silver. Each canvas depicted the same woman in Victorian dress, and each pair of painted eyes seemed to follow Harper as he moved cautiously around them. "I found them like this when I opened up this morning," Michael whispered, keeping his distance from the paintings. Harper knelt to examine one of the portraits. In the corner, nearly invisible against the dark background, was a small signature, E. Blackwood, 1893. "Your grandmother painted these." Michael shook his head. "Evangeline Blackwood was my great-great-grandmother. My grandmother was named after her." Harper felt the pieces sliding into place, and the woman in the portraits. Also Evangeline. She painted herself 7 times before her disappearance in 1893. The paintings were discovered in her studio, but her body was never found. As Harper stared into the painted eyes of a woman who had vanished over a century ago, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was staring back not from the canvas, but from somewhere just behind him, watching her portraits return home. The case file remains open in the department archives. The portraits have been distributed to museums across the country. Occasionally, Harper receives a phone call from a curator reporting unusual activity. Visitors claiming the woman in the painting whispered to them, security cameras capturing movement within the frame, or most disturbing of all mornings when gallery staff arrived to find the portrait temporarily missing from its display, only to reappear days later without explanation. Harper has since retired from the force, but he still keeps a small notebook by his bedside. In it, he records the dates when Evangeline's portraits temporarily vanish. The pattern is becoming clear to him now, though he shares his theory with no one. The paintings aren't being stolen. They're visiting each other. Story 9, the rental cabin was isolated, perfect for a quiet weekend away. The owner had warned them that the forest was full of wildlife, occasional bears, coyotes. So when they woke up to find deep scratches on the front door, they weren't too alarmed until they noticed something strange. The claw marks weren't at the bottom of the door where an animal would have reached. They were near the handle, as if someone had been trying to get in. Detective Sarah Mills pulled her SUV onto the gravel driveway, the stones crunching beneath the tires like whispers in the otherwise silent forest. The cabin stood before her, a simple wooden structure that seemed to lean slightly into the surrounding pines. 4 days had passed since the Collins family had reported the strange scratches. 3 since they'd packed up and left, cutting their vacation short. The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that shifted with the gentle breeze. Sarah's boots left soft impressions in the dirt as she approached the cabin. Her breath formed small clouds in the autumn air. She carried with her a thin manila folder containing the initial report. Not much to go on, just statements and a few photographs of those peculiar marks. She stood for a moment before the door, studying the scratches. They weren't frantic or chaotic as an animal's might be. These were deliberate, methodical, 4 distinct grooves that curved slightly downward, positioned precisely where a hand would reach for the doorknob. Sarah removed a small camera from her jacket pocket and took additional photographs, the quiet click of the shutter barely audible against the backdrop of distant birdsong. Inside, the cabin retained an atmosphere of hasty departure. A coffee mug still sat on the kitchen counter, half full and long cold. The Collins family had been in such a hurry to leave that they'd forgotten to wash their breakfast dishes. Sarah moved through the space slowly, her trained eyes scanning for anything unusual. Everything appeared normal until she reached the back bedroom. The window was closed but unlocked. Sarah carefully lifted the sill. It opened smoothly without a sound. A well-oiled window in an otherwise rustic cabin. Interesting. Outside the window, the soft earth told a story her colleagues had missed. A single footprint, partially eroded by rain but still discernible. Size 11, perhaps, too large to belong to any of the Collins family members. Back at the station, Sarah pinned her photographs to the board in her small office. The scratches, the window, the footprint. She added a map of the area, marking the cabin with a red dot. It wasn't the first incident reported in those woods. 3 months earlier, a hiker had described a figure watching him from between the trees. 6 weeks before that, another rental cabin had been broken into, though nothing was taken. Just small disturbances, items moved, furniture rearranged. Days turned into weeks. Sarah compiled her evidence methodically, piecing together a pattern that seemed to center around the eastern section of the forest. Local records revealed an abandoned psychiatric hospital hidden deep within those woods, closed in the late 1980s. Most had forgotten it existed, reclaimed as it was by nature and time. On a gray Tuesday morning, Sarah's desk phone rang. The property manager for another cabin just 2 miles from the Collins rental reported finding strange scratches on their door. Same position, same pattern, 4 distinct grooves curving downward near the handle. The rain fell in a gentle, persistent patter as Sarah drove out to the second cabin. Windshield wipers hypnotically swept back and forth, keeping time with her thoughts. The forest seemed to close in around her vehicle, branches reaching toward the road like outstretched fingers. The new scratches were fresher, deeper. Sarah traced them with her gloved finger, feeling the splintered wood beneath the leather. Inside this cabin, nothing seemed disturbed, but something caught her eye on the mantelpiece, a single photograph turned to face the wall. She carefully turned it around, a family portrait of the current renters, their faces smiling, unaware. That night in the silence of her apartment, Sarah spread her case notes across her dining table. Coffee steam curled upward like ghostly tendrils as she connected the incidents on her map. A pattern emerged, a slow, methodical movement through the forest, not random, not opportunistic, purposeful, as if something was searching. The hospital records weren't easy to obtain, buried as they were in county archives, but persistence had always been Sarah's strength. Among the dusty files and faded photographs, one case stood out. A patient named Edward Mercer, admitted in 1974, diagnosed with a rare psychiatric condition that manifested as an obsession with families. He would watch them, study them, sometimes enter their homes just to observe their daily routines. He never harmed anyone physically. His fixation was more disturbing. He simply wanted to be part of their lives, to insert himself into their families. Mercer had escaped during a transfer in 1979. Despite an extensive search, he was never found. Most assumed he had died in the forest, succumbing to exposure or starvation. The case was closed, filed away, forgotten like the hospital itself. But what if he hadn't died? What if he had adapted, learned to survive in those woods? If so, he would be in his 70s now, still capable of moving through the forest, of scratching on doors, of watching families through windows. 3 more cabins reported scratches over the next month, always the same pattern, always near the handle, always rentals occupied by families. Sarah increased patrols in the area, but the forest was vast and resources were limited. Camera traps captured nothing but local wildlife. Motion sensors triggered false alarms in the wind. Winter arrived, bringing with it a heavy snowfall that transformed the forest into a silent, white expanse. The incident stopped. Perhaps whoever was responsible had gone dormant for the season, or perhaps they were simply waiting, watching, planning. In her dreams, Sarah saw those scratches, felt them against her skin like whispers. 4 distinct grooves curving downward, a message, an invitation, a promise. Spring came, and with it new rentals, new families, new reports, but now something had changed. The scratches were accompanied by small gifts left on doorsteps, children's toys old and worn, family photographs taken from inside the cabins but altered with a shadowy figure inserted into the background, as if someone was photoshopping themselves into these families' lives using techniques far older than digital manipulation. The case remains open. The scratches continue to appear. Families still rent cabins in those woods, unaware of what might be watching them through the trees. Detective Mills still follows the pattern, still searches the forest, still studies those 4 distinct grooves that appear on doors like clockwork. And somewhere in those woods, something continues to reach out, trying to find a way in, not to harm, but perhaps something more disturbing to belong. Story 10. In the quiet suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived in the mail for Sarah Miller, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. The single brass key, worn with time, felt oddly familiar, though Sarah couldn't place it. Trying it in every lock she owned yielded no results. It didn't belong to her. However, when she set it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway emitted a single, eerie chime, despite its long-standing state of disrepair. Puzzled and unsettled, Sarah reported the strange incident to the authorities. What started as a simple mishap soon unraveled into a chilling criminal investigation that sent shockwaves through the neighborhood. The responding officer, initially skeptical, took the key as evidence, more to pacify Sarah than out of genuine concern. Little did he know that this seemingly ordinary key would unlock a world of darkness. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition, received the case file. The brass key sat on his desk, unassuming yet inexplicably disturbing. Background checks on Sarah revealed no red flags. She was a retired teacher with a clean record and a quiet life. The forensic team found only her fingerprints on the key, and the envelope provided no clues save for a generic postmark. A breakthrough came when Detective Harmon discovered a matching bitting pattern for the key in a cold case file from years ago, a storage unit linked to disturbing evidence of violence against women. The original investigation had hit a dead end, but now, with the key resurfacing, the case was reignited. As the investigation delved deeper, a connection emerged to a former neighbor of Sarah's, Harold Jenkins, a man with a shadowy past and a knack for staying off the grid. Jenkins, dubbed the Keymaster by the press, had a macabre collection of keys tied to his heinous crimes, hidden beneath the floorboards of a secluded cabin. The manhunt for Jenkins intensified as the true scope of his atrocities came to light. With Sarah under protection, authorities raced against time to track down the elusive predator. Jenkins, a master of evasion, met a tragic end in a showdown with law enforcement, leaving behind a chilling journal detailing his crimes and a haunting message for Sarah. The investigation uncovered a total of 32 victims, bringing closure to families, but leaving a community shattered by the realization of evil lurking in their midst. Sarah, forever changed by the ordeal, never returned to her home, haunted by the knowledge of how close she had come to darkness. The grandfather clock, once a harbinger of the sinister presence watching over Sarah, now stood as a symbol of the facade that can conceal unspeakable horrors. The keys, silent witnesses to unfathomable tragedies, remained locked away, a reminder of the darkness that can hide behind ordinary appearances, waiting to be exposed. Story 11. The ancient Polaroid held secrets long forgotten, capturing a birthday celebration frozen in time. Amidst the smiles and flickering candles, a hidden enigma lurked. The daughter, inheriting the box of memories, delved into the past and unearthed the chilling truth. In the background of each photograph, a mysterious figure lingered, shrouded in darkness, a silent observer on the fringes of the family's joyous gatherings. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the unsettling collection while sorting through her late mother's attic. The box labeled Memories contained faded snapshots of happier days, or so it seemed. Yet, as Sarah delved deeper, she realized that what she had unearthed was not a nostalgic treasure, but the beginning of a haunting nightmare. The figure in the photos began as a mere shadow, barely noticeable on the edge of the frame during her childhood birthday party. With each subsequent image, he crept closer, his presence ominous and inexplicable. No one in the pictures acknowledged his existence, yet there he was, a phantom weaving through the captured moments of joy. Disturbed and shaken, Sarah reached out to her father, hoping for answers, but his response was as cryptic as the mystery itself. The man in the photos was a stranger to them all, a specter haunting their past without leaving a trace in their memories. Seeking closure, Sarah turned to Detective Marcus Reed, laying out the eerie photographs before him. As rain drummed against the windows, the detective studied the progression of the shadowy figure with a mix of curiosity and concern. Each photo revealed a calculated advance, a silent intrusion into the cherished memories of innocence. The investigation took a chilling turn when additional photos surfaced, linking the enigmatic figure to a dark chapter in the region's history. Enhanced images unveiled clues long hidden scars, jewelry, a glimpse of a face previously obscured. Dental records led to a shocking revelation, tying the figure to a vanished maintenance worker with a sinister past. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a grim truth emerged. The shadow in the photos was not a mere specter, but a predator, lurking in plain sight, preying on unsuspecting families gathered in moments of celebration. His presence, once invisible, now exposed a web of unsolved mysteries and unspeakable crimes. With the discovery of human remains near one of the vacation properties, the dark secrets captured in the photographs came to light. Families found closure, albeit a bitter one, as the hidden figure was unmasked and justice served. The photos, once cherished memories, now stood as a testament to the unseen dangers that lurk within the shadows of our past, waiting to be revealed in the harsh light of truth. Story 12. It started with a pocket dial, a jumble of static and distant echoes that almost went unnoticed by the operator. But then a voice sliced through the chaos. A woman's voice, urgent and hushed, whispered, "He's here." And then silence descended like a heavy curtain. The mysterious call originated from an empty house, a forgotten relic abandoned by time. No signs of intrusion, no disturbances in the stillness. Yet there it was in the dimly lit kitchen, the phone resting on the counter, its screen casting an eerie glow in the darkness. Detective Morgan Reed found herself drawn to the device, pressing the playback button repeatedly, each time feeling the weight of the whispered words, desperate, fearful, and inexplicable. The house had once belonged to the Sullivans, a family driven away by a devastating fire that ravaged a part of their home. Since then, the house stood silent, untouched by human presence. The caretaker's visits were the only interruptions in its solitude, attesting to its desolation. Background check on the number, Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh. The answer revealed that the number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter of the former occupants. A woman who had perished in a tragic car accident 3 years prior. Morgan's gaze lingered on the evidence bag cradling the enigmatic phone. The pieces of the puzzle refused to fit together a deceased woman's phone emitting calls from a deserted dwelling. The only disturbance in the dust was beneath the phone, as if it had manifested out of thin air. Forensic analysis yielded no answers. No fingerprints, no traces of a visitor. The doors remained locked, the windows sealed shut. The recording of the haunting whisper became the focal point of their inquiry, a mere 11 seconds of static, a fleeting breath, and 5 haunting words. Voice analysis matched the voice to Catherine Sullivan with uncanny precision, as if her spirit lingered in those cryptic syllables. The timestamp of the call coincided with the moment of Catherine's untimely passing, down to the exact minute. Interviews with Catherine's acquaintances painted a picture of confusion and disbelief. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely bewildered. Her mother, a solitary figure in a modest apartment, crumbled upon hearing the spectral message. "That's my Katie," she murmured. "She sounds so frightened." Mark Jennings, Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her demise, presented an alibi that held under scrutiny. He was occupied with a night shift at the hospital, corroborated by witnesses and surveillance footage. The enigma deepened. The call shouldn't have occurred, yet it did. Progress stagnated until a call from Catherine's mother reignited the investigation. "I found something in her belongings," her voice quivered. "Katie kept a journal, the final entry. You must see it." Within the worn pages of the journal lay a narrative of love soured by control, isolation, and dread. The last entry foretold a grim prophecy. "He discovered my intentions to leave. His rage knows no bounds. If harm befalls me, it shall not be accidental." Confronted with the journal's revelations, Mark's facade crumbled. Denials faltered in the face of damning evidence. "The accident report places you at the scene before anyone else," Morgan pointed out, "before the emergency responders." His pallor betrayed him. "I feared for her safety. I went in search of her." A return to the crash site unearthed a buried truth. Catherine's actual phone, concealed 20 feet from the accident's location. Forensic scrutiny of the buried device unveiled erased messages exchanged with her sister on the night of her demise. "Mark is tailing me. He's driving me off the road. And later, he's forcing me off the road." A revisitation of the autopsy photographs unveiled a sinister reality. The injuries bore marks of a struggle beyond a mere vehicular accident. Defensive wounds, telltale bruises of asphyxiation. When law enforcement closed in on Mark, his sanctuary bore witness to a macabre shrine dedicated to Catherine, a shrine of obsession and malice. Among his possessions lay tools of deception and audio manipulation software, blueprints of his sinister charade. The trial unfolded swiftly, a testament to the weight of evidence against him. Mark's delusions unraveled in the harsh light of justice. "She wouldn't be silenced," he muttered to Morgan. "Even in death, her accusations plagued me. I needed them to believe she lingered, a specter without voice." The verdict rang out, sealing his fate a conviction for premeditated murder. Catherine's mother clung to the journal, a chronicle of her daughter's silenced fears, now vindicated. The phone from the abandoned house now rests in the confines of the evidence vault. Whispers circulate among the officers of phantom rings, though its power source had long been removed. Catherine's legacy endures, not as a spectral legend, but as a testament to the resilience of victims' voices, echoing beyond the veil of silence. Story 13. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten clutter in the dusty attic, a relic of the past left behind by the house's previous inhabitants. Among the faded Polaroids it held, capturing moments of joy and togetherness, one image stood out. In that final photo, taken in her very own living room, a sense of unease lingered. The family in the picture, with their genuine smiles frozen in time, seemed blissfully unaware of the shadowy figure lurking in the hallway behind them. Rebecca, drawn in by the eerie scene, felt a shiver run down her spine as she examined the mysterious photograph. Trembling fingers, the edges of the Polaroid vibrating, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Descending the creaking wooden staircase, the house seemed to close in around her, suffocating in its emptiness. Placing the unsettling photo on the sterile kitchen counter under the harsh fluorescent light, Rebecca couldn't ignore the undeniable similarities. This was her home, yet these faces were strangers. The intrusion into her sanctuary left her unsettled, seeking answers in the unknown. Detective Morgan arrived, a weathered figure in a worn leather jacket, his gaze sharp and all-seeing. With a methodical approach, he delved into the enigma of the photograph, seeking truths hidden in the shadows of the past. The journey to unravel the mystery began quietly, tracing back through layers of time and occupants of the house. Through the detective's tireless investigation, a pattern emerged. Families had come and gone, leaving no trace, their disappearances shrouded in mystery. The Sutherlands, the latest in a line of transient residents, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only unanswered questions and a haunting photograph. Forensic analysis hinted at a chilling truth. The figure in the hallway was a specter of the past, a presence that lingered long after its time. The house's dark history unfolded, revealing a grim tapestry of families lost to the shadows, their stories entwined with the very walls that housed their secrets. As the investigation delved deeper, uncovering hidden truths buried beneath layers of concrete and soil, the house revealed its darkest secrets. The missing families, perfectly preserved in their final moments, bore witness to a sinister legacy that spanned generations. Rebecca, caught in the web of intrigue, was forced to flee, her safety threatened by the unseen watcher in the shadows. The journal in the hidden crawlspace spoke of a malevolent presence, a force that sought to claim yet another victim in its twisted game. The echoes of the past reverberated through the empty halls, as whispers of Samuel Whitfield, the enigmatic architect of the house, haunted the investigators. His presence, though believed to be long gone, lingered in the darkness, a malevolent force that defied time and reason. As the house stood silent, a sentinel to the horrors within, the truth remained elusive. The man in the photograph, the elusive Samuel Whitfield, continued to elude capture, his legacy of terror casting a long shadow over all who dared to seek him out. In the stillness of the night, as the world slept, new photographs developed, capturing unsuspecting families in their moments of joy, unaware of the malevolent presence watching from the shadows. The cycle continued, a dark dance of fate and fear, leaving only one certainty, that those who sought the truth would find themselves ensnared in a web of darkness, their fates intertwined with the house's grim history. Story 14. In the quiet of the night, the old apartment exuded a sense of mystery. The heating system groaned softly, the pipes whispered secrets. It was the building's way of speaking, or so they thought, but then she heard it, a voice, distant yet clear, weaving through the vents like a ghostly melody. It wasn't the usual chatter of neighbors or the creaking of old infrastructure. It was a whisper calling her name in the shadows of the night. Intrigued, she leaned in closer, her heart echoing in the silence. A breath of icy air brushed past her cheek, followed by a gentle, almost playful declaration, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the heart of the empty apartment, a solemn figure amidst the scene of intrigue. Her eyes fixed on the rusted vent cover, a portal to the unknown that had been pried open. Around her, the forensic team moved with purpose, capturing every detail with flashes of light. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace until the building's stale air betrayed her presence. Officer Patel recited from his notes, recounting Alina's claim of voices in the vents that had been dismissed as mere building quirks. But Shaw, kneeling beside the vent, traced the desperate marks etched around its edges. These were not random scratches. They were the frantic clawing of someone trapped inside, a haunting realization that sent shivers down her spine. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher, had left behind a life that now seemed veiled in shadows. Her disappearance had left a void in the hearts of those who knew her, a void now filled with questions and unease. Her sister's trembling voice revealed a darker side to Alina's final days, a paranoia that had consumed her, convinced her of unseen eyes and whispered words in the night. As Shaw delved deeper into Alina's world, she uncovered eerie clues that painted a chilling picture. Fibers from a favorite cardigan caught in the vent, a mysterious fingerprint on the inside cover, and haunting recordings on Alina's phone, all pieces of a puzzle that pointed to a sinister presence lurking within the walls. The building itself held secrets, a history of tenants who had fled in fear, haunted by inexplicable noises and imagined voices. The superintendent, Harold Weber, appeared calm on the surface, but his facade cracked under Shaw's scrutiny, revealing a hidden truth that tied him to the apartment's dark past. Forensics unearthed a hidden passage in Alina's bathroom, a gateway to a realm of shadows where someone had dwelled, watching, waiting. Shaw's suspicions led her to Weber's meticulously organized files, a digital diary of obsession that exposed his twisted connection to Alina and others before her. Weber's arrest brought a semblance of closure, but the echoes of his crimes lingered in the building's walls. The whispers of the past intertwined with the present, creating a haunting symphony that refused to fade. The apartment building stood as a monument to unspeakable horrors, its walls holding memories that whispered in the night. As the new owners attempted to erase the darkness that clung to the building, the whispers persisted. Residents spoke of chilling drafts that carried voices, of unsettling sounds that echoed through the vents. The old heating system groaned, the pipes rattled, a symphony of secrets that echoed through the empty corridors. It was nothing out of the ordinary, or so they tried to convince themselves in the stillness of the night. Story 15. In the hushed stillness of the night, the apartment stood silent, its walls holding secrets of the past. Abandoned for months, it awaited new tenants who entered with cautious hope, unaware of the chilling mystery that lurked within. Dust danced in the dim light, settling on forgotten furniture, but one door remained a barrier to the unknown. A closet, locked tight from the inside, whispered of hidden tales. When the landlord finally forced the stubborn door ajar, the tenants braced themselves for old coats or discarded items. Instead, their eyes widened in disbelief at the sight that greeted them. The walls bore deep, uneven scratches, etched with desperation into the wooden surface. And nestled in the corner, an ancient flip phone lay silent, its battery long drained except for a single unread message glowing hauntingly on the screen. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator, felt a shiver run down her spine as she surveyed the scene. It was not the presence of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the silent plea of those scratch marks a silent testimony of captivity and struggle. "Call forensics now," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the eerie markings in photographs, and gather the records of the previous tenants. The message on the phone, stark in its simplicity, sent a chill down Shaw's spine. "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery man with nervous hands, recounted the departure of the previous tenant, a young woman named Emma Caldwell, who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. Quiet, kept to herself. "Left 6 months ago," he stammered, avoiding the closet like a dark omen. Forensics uncovered a grim truth within those scratches: multiple blood samples, most belonging to Emma, the missing tenant. Yet 2 other DNA traces emerged, one unknown, and the other belonging to a man presumed dead for 2 years. Shaw's brow furrowed in confusion as she studied the perplexing evidence before her. Emma's life, frozen in time within the apartment, revealed a poignant narrative of interrupted existence. Unanswered mail, a solitary coffee mug in the sink, a meticulously made bed, all painted a portrait of a life abruptly halted. Her phone records hinted at a budding romance, cryptic calls from an unidentified number, and a sister left in the dark. As the investigation deepened, a pattern emerged: a shadowy figure in a baseball cap trailing Emma, a mysterious boyfriend shrouded in secrecy. Surveillance footage captured the enigmatic man's movements, his identity veiled in shadows. And when partial fingerprints linked to the supposed deceased Derek Mercer surfaced, the puzzle pieces began to align. "He staged his death," Shaw concluded, the pieces falling into place. But the true extent of Mercer's malevolence only surfaced as they delved further. Another missing woman, Lynette Porter, emerged from the shadows of the past, her story intertwined with Emma's in a web of darkness. Tracing Mercer's steps, the investigators uncovered a remote property, a chamber of horrors where Lynette was found alive but broken, a captive of Mercer's twisted game. Her whispered words echoed through the silence, revealing the depths of his depravity. Journals, photographs, and chilling recordings painted a portrait of a man consumed by control and cruelty. The manhunt for Mercer spanned far and wide, a net closing in on a predator in human form. And as he was apprehended, a new identity in hand, the true horror of his deeds came to light. Duct tape, a knife, and a relic of Emma's disappearance nestled in his bag, a sinister reminder of his dark past. During interrogation, Mercer's calm facade cracked, revealing a mind warped by a hunger for power and domination. The trial that followed unveiled a tapestry of deceit and manipulation, a macabre dance orchestrated by a man devoid of empathy. As the gavel fell, sealing Mercer's fate, a sense of justice tinged with sorrow settled over the courtroom. Lynette's voice, strong and unwavering, pierced the silence, a beacon of resilience in the face of darkness. The echoes of the case reverberated through the department, a cautionary tale of the monsters that lurked in plain sight. And as Detective Shaw gazed at the closet door mounted on her office wall, she knew that some scars ran deeper than the eye could see, etched not in blood, but in the silent cries of those who fought to escape the shadows. Story 16, The Unsigned Truth. The parcel arrived without a trace, no hints of its origin or intended destination. A nondescript cardboard box, kissed by the morning dew, found its way to Sarah Miller's doorstep. Her name was right, but the name on the package was not hers. Ignoring it would have been the wisest choice, leaving it to linger on the porch, a mystery unsolved. Yet curiosity whispered its seductive call, beckoning her to unravel its secrets. With cautious hands, she peeled away the tape, anticipating mundane contents within. Instead, her eyes met a VHS tape nestled inside, accompanied by a solitary sticky note bearing a simple command: watch alone. Sarah hesitated, feeling the weight of the black plastic cassette, an unexpected heaviness that tugged at her senses, hinting at forbidden knowledge. Tracing the tape's worn edges, she noted the imperfections in its casing, each mark telling a story untold. The note, etched with urgency, bore the imprints of a soul in turmoil, urging her to heed its silent plea. As she stood in her kitchen, the suburban soundscape continued its rhythmic melody: a distant dog's bark, children's laughter, the drone of a lawnmower, a world unaware of the enigma now in her possession. Bringing the enigmatic package inside, doubt crept into Sarah's mind as she pondered the unfamiliar name Daniel Whitaker. It held no significance in her 4 years of residency, overshadowed by the memory of the previous occupants, the Johnsons, who had bid farewell to the house to embrace their golden years near family. A battle waged within her, curiosity clashing with unease as she eyed her neglected VCR, a relic of days gone by. The tape beckoned a mystery cloaked in darkness, tempting her to unravel its enigmatic message. Against her better judgment, Sarah succumbed, sliding the tape into the ancient machine, its mechanical whir echoing through the room. Static danced on the screen before yielding to a dimly lit room, a solitary figure seated, shrouded in shadows. The man, Daniel Whitaker, spoke in hushed tones, a confession tinged with desperation. His weary countenance bore the weight of unseen burdens, his tale a tapestry of injustice and deceit. He professed his innocence, denied the crime that stained his name, his words a plea for redemption in the face of damning evidence. Sarah watched, captivated by the unfolding drama, the room's stark emptiness a stark contrast to the turmoil within Whitaker's soul. Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself entangled in a web of lies and half-truths, each VHS tape a breadcrumb leading to a truth obscured by shadows. Daniel Whitaker's cryptic messages hinted at a nefarious plot, a conspiracy woven with threads of deceit that threatened to unravel the fabric of justice. As Ramirez delved deeper, she unearthed a startling revelation: Catherine Walsh, the victim, had been a whistleblower against a powerful pharmaceutical giant. Her quest for truth had led to her demise, a chilling testament to the dangers of uncovering secrets best left buried. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place as Sarah received another package, this time bearing evidence of corporate malfeasance, a trail of deceit that led straight to the heart of darkness. With Ramirez's guidance, they navigated the labyrinth of lies, exposing the truth that had eluded them for so long. In a storage unit hidden from prying eyes, they discovered the smoking gun, a journal detailing the conspiracy, the files that sealed Catherine Walsh's fate, and the meticulous plan to frame an innocent man. Justice, elusive yet relentless, finally prevailed. Executives fell, the truth emerged from the shadows, and Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a man transformed by his harrowing journey. Sarah and Daniel met once more, their eyes reflecting the shared burden of a truth long suppressed. In the quiet of her porch, Sarah asked the question that lingered in the air, her voice a whisper of curiosity and wonder. Daniel's gaze met hers, weary yet resolute, his answer a testament to the randomness of fate. The wrong address, a twist of fate, had led them to the truth, a truth hidden in plain sight, waiting for a curious soul to uncover its mysteries. The VHS tapes, once symbols of deception, now stood as relics of a journey toward redemption, a reminder that sometimes the most profound truths arrive in the most unexpected of packages. Story 17. The gentle current whispered its lullaby that tranquil morning, the water reflecting the sky like a flawless mirror. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the sight of a solitary suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance, it seemed like a heap of discarded clothes abandoned by the careless hands of passers-by. But as he cautiously approached, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, thick, suffocating, impossible to ignore. The suitcase was entwined in chains, its once sharp edges now softened by the touch of time. When the authorities pried it open, it revealed a haunting truth, not garments, but strands of hair, fingers frozen in a macabre grip, and at the very bottom, a chilling note, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her presence a calming force amidst the eerie stillness. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, lay before her, her features now distorted by the cruel embrace of the water. The meticulous medical examiner meticulously documented every detail before the body was gently lifted from its watery grave. What struck Mercer most was not the brutality of the act, but the unsettling care taken in presenting the victim manicured nails, freshly styled hair, adorned in expensive attire. She was not meant to be discarded here, Mercer mused, her gaze fixed on the rhythmic dance of the water against the muddy banks. She was prepared, displayed. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in selling luxury properties. Divorced, childless, she inhabited a world of solitude in an upscale neighborhood. Colleagues painted a portrait of a woman driven by ambition, meticulous in her ways and fiercely private. Her disappearance was first noted by her assistant, who voiced disbelief at Catherine missing a crucial showing that promised her the largest commission of her career. As investigators combed through Catherine's meticulously curated home, a sense of unease settled upon them. Every corner exuded perfection, designer furniture standing like silent sentinels, surfaces gleaming with a pristine sheen. Meals neatly arranged in the refrigerator, each labeled for the days ahead. Clothes hung in color-coordinated harmony, shoes cradled in protective coverings. Yet a single drawer in her home office offered a glimpse into a world unseen. Within its depths lay a leather-bound journal, its final entry hinting at a lurking presence. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. A digital trail revealed a pattern in Catherine's inbox, an influx of messages from unknown senders, all bearing the ominous phrase, "I see your perfection." Each missive delivered at the exact moment, day after day. Her online searches painted a picture of a woman seeking protection, fortifying her sanctuary against an unseen threat. Mercer pieced together these fragments, drawing a connection between the meticulous staging of the victim and the cryptic messages. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she whispered to her partner. "This was not a crime of passion. This was a carefully orchestrated ritual." A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a local pawn shop owner recognizing Catherine's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares. The man who had pawned it was a familiar face, Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker blending into the tapestry of daily life. Surveillance footage captured his repeated visits to Catherine's building, often cloaked in the guise of routine maintenance duties, a quiet man harboring a chilling secret. Upon searching Lyndon's modest abode, a chilling tableau unfurled. Walls adorned with stolen glimpses of Catherine and other women, their images captured in unsuspecting moments, some faces marked with crimson crosses. Catherine stood as the latest addition to a morbid collection. A hidden chamber within his closet revealed a shrine of the macabre personal artifacts meticulously arranged, each item a silent witness to lives interrupted. As Lyndon sat in the sterile confines of the interrogation room, his demeanor unwavering, the truth spilled forth in a monotone confession. "They were flawed," he uttered, devoid of emotion. "They paraded perfection, but I saw the truth. Catherine's desk was always in disarray, her lipstick never quite perfect. Her flawless facade was a facade indeed." The search for the predecessors mentioned in his cryptic note led investigators to desolate landscapes where 2 additional suitcases surfaced. Within their confines lay echoes of Catherine women mirroring her appearance, fellow real estate agents who showcased a facade of unwavering precision. In the courtroom, Lyndon sat unmoving, his gaze vacant as the tale of his meticulous atrocities unfolded. A life sentence without chance of redemption echoed through the courtroom, drawing a shroud of finality over Lyndon's chapter. For Detective Mercer, the case found its closure, yet shadows of unanswered queries lingered in the recesses of her mind. What drove Lyndon to fixate on these particular women? What internal imperfections haunted his soul, driving him to seek solace in erasing perceived flaws through unspeakable acts? The river continued its hypnotic descent downstream, carrying with it the remnants of a haunting tale, eventually washing away all traces of the past. But in the quiet expanse of the precinct, nestled upon Mercer's desk, lay copies of those haunting notebooks, a reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, darkness may lurk, waiting to unfurl its chilling embrace. And in the silence of everyday lives, the most insidious predators may dwell, hidden in plain sight, their gaze ever watchful, their patience unyielding, awaiting that solitary flaw to reveal itself. Story 18, unveiling the secrets hidden within the walls of an old Victorian-era home, can lead to unexpected discoveries. Sarah and Michael, drawn to the charm of the estate auction find, embarked on a renovation project that would change their lives forever. As they lifted the floorboards, a folded letter emerged, aged and delicate, bearing a cryptic warning: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could grasp the gravity of these words, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent house, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator, arrived at the scene with her partner, the mystery unfolding before them. With precision, she retrieved the note, noting the couple's inadvertent contamination. Sarah and Michael's genuine fear was palpable as they recounted the eerie knocking sound that had unsettled them. Background checks on the couple revealed no cause for suspicion, yet the house itself harbored a complex history. Previously owned by the Hargrove family, the house had stood vacant since the passing of its last resident, Margaret Hargrove. Despite the lack of overt signs of foul play in her death, a sense of unease lingered. Forensic analysis dated the mysterious note to 2 decades prior, hinting at a distressing past. Franklin, Margaret's late husband, had been a respected figure in the community, but whispers of paranoia and debt began to surface. Interviews with acquaintances painted a troubling picture of Franklin's final years, hinting at a looming threat known only as the Collector. Margaret's sister, in a rare moment of clarity, revealed that Margaret had lived in fear of this elusive figure, tied to Franklin's gambling debts. The pieces of the puzzle slowly fell into place as Reed delved deeper into the dark history of the house. A forensic team, aided by cadaver dogs, uncovered a chilling truth buried beneath the foundation: a male skeleton, identified as Victor Mercer, a notorious loan shark and collector who vanished without a trace. Margaret's diaries, hidden in the attic, provided a haunting account of the events leading to Mercer's demise, painting a portrait of fear and desperation. The house's dark secret, once concealed beneath floorboards and buried memories, was brought to light. Franklin's violent encounter with Mercer, driven by debt and fear, had led to a tragic outcome that haunted Margaret until her final days. The chilling echoes of the past reverberated through the empty halls, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within. As the case reached its conclusion, justice was belatedly served and the truth emerged from the shadows. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's grim legacy, parted ways with the property, leaving it abandoned and silent. Whispers of 3 distinct knocks in the night persisted, a ghostly reminder of the secrets that lay buried within the walls. Detective Reed's final report acknowledged the lingering mysteries that defied resolution, the shadows of the past refusing to fade completely. The note, stored as evidence, bore a chilling message that resonated through time: don't trust the one who knocked. The enigma of Margaret's warning lingered, a testament to the enduring power of secrets and the ghosts that haunt us from beyond the grave. Story 19, The Enigmatic Reflection. She gazed at her reflection, clearing the mist from the mirror. Everything appeared normal at first glance: her face, her attire. Yet an unsettling feeling crept over her the longer she stared. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement not of her own making. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observant. This was the moment that marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's peculiar journey, a journey that would puzzle investigators and haunt an entire community for years to come. Rebecca resided in a modest apartment in a tranquil suburban area, leading a solitary life. Known as methodical and reserved, she maintained a polite distance from her neighbors while working diligently as a data analyst for a company. Her days were governed by routine and precision, offering no hint that she would soon be at the heart of a mysterious and intricate criminal enigma. The initial signs were subtle. Objects in Rebecca's home shifted inexplicably. A coffee mug relocated to a different shelf, books rearranged, her toothbrush misplaced. She initially dismissed these occurrences as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to her long hours spent engrossed in work, surrounded by the sterile glow of computer screens and endless spreadsheets. Detective Marion Shaw became involved when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these disturbances, finally reached out to the authorities. Initially deemed a non-criminal matter, the case was shuffled into the backlog of lower priority investigations. There was no concrete evidence, Shaw later recounted. No signs of a break-in, no missing items, just a woman sensing a disturbance within her own home. The turning point arrived with the incident involving the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent meeting with the police, Rebecca recounted in vivid detail how her reflection appeared to move independently, how she felt a constant gaze upon her even in solitude. This time, she had proof footage from a security camera she had installed, aimed at her front door. The recording revealed a chilling revelation that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned officers. An exact replica of Rebecca entering her apartment shortly after she had left for work. Forensic analysts scrutinized the footage, finding no evidence of tampering or digital manipulation. The intruder moved with eerie precision, mirroring Rebecca in every aspect, right down to her distinctive leather bag. Yet, according to time-stamped records from her workplace security system, Rebecca was already present at her office across town. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can imitate her with uncanny accuracy." The investigation delved deeper. Fingerprints within the apartment matched solely with Rebecca S., and no foreign DNA was uncovered. Neighbors reported nothing out of the ordinary, only seeing Rebecca following her usual routine. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, mentioned a peculiar encounter where Rebecca did not acknowledge her greeting upon returning home, an unusual occurrence that raised no immediate alarm. Rebecca began documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations within her home escalated. Unexplained food vanished from her fridge. Her computer displayed searches she had not initiated. Most unsettling were the photographs discovered on her phone selfies that bore a striking resemblance to her, yet she had no recollection of capturing them. In some images, her expression seemed subtly distorted, her smile too wide, her eyes unnervingly intense. "I feel as though I am losing my mind," Rebecca confided to Detective Shaw during their next meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this to make me believe so." A breakthrough emerged when a pattern was unearthed in the security footage. The doppelganger only made appearances when Rebecca departed for specific pre-planned outings, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs. These were activities scheduled in advance with predictable durations. "An individual intimately acquainted with your routine," Shaw explained. "This is not random, it is a targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist suggested they were dealing with a fixation case, an individual fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, potentially aiming to replace her entirely. Such cases, though rare, were documented in psychological literature. The perpetrator typically endured a psychological rupture and fixated on a victim who symbolized something they desired: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The focus of the investigation shifted when Rebecca mentioned a former coworker, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on the similarities between them. Following her dismissal, she sent Rebecca a series of unsettling emails, one of which read, "We could be one and the same. At times, I feel like I am more you than you are." With a warrant in hand, Detective Shaw led a search of Lily's residence. What they uncovered transformed the case from perplexing to chilling. A room in Lily's abode had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls were adorned with countless images of Rebecca entering her home, shopping, meeting friends, all captured without her knowledge. A closet housed exact replicas of Rebecca's clothing, alongside makeup identical to Rebecca's favored brands, accompanied by detailed notes on her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most incriminating were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's walk, gestures, and expressions, progressing from amateurish attempts to near-perfect imitations of the real Rebecca. "She aspired to be me," whispered Rebecca upon viewing the evidence. "She did not merely mimic me, she sought to erase me." Forensic experts uncovered sophisticated tools for crafting copies of keys and cloning electronic access cards. Lily had meticulously orchestrated a system to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a calendar predicting her daily schedule with precision. What eluded investigators was Lily's ultimate motive. Journals seized from her residence contained disjointed entries, oscillating between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca interchangeably as me and her. The final journal entry sent a shiver down the spines of the investigators. Soon, only one of us shall remain. The stronger version will survive. When authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace. Her apartment bore signs of a hasty departure, with open drawers and missing technological equipment. A nationwide alert was issued, and Rebecca was relocated to a secure location under continuous surveillance. For 3 weeks, every place associated with her past life was monitored meticulously, yet Lily remained elusive. The case took a disquieting turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Despite being under protective custody, Rebecca had been sighted entering the building. Security footage confirmed the occurrence. Someone identical to Rebecca had utilized a valid ID card to access the premises, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes sifting through her files before departing. This event unraveled the truth. Lily had not fled. She had made her move, assuming Rebecca's identity while the real Rebecca lay concealed. The case remains unresolved to this day. Lily Winters has never been apprehended, and Rebecca Thorne chose not to return to her former life, opting instead to forge a new identity in an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw preserves a photograph on her desk, 2 strikingly similar women, one being Rebecca Thorne and the other Lily Winters. Occasionally, she scrutinizes their features, seeking the nuances that set them apart. The most chilling aspect Shaw imparts to new recruits is not that someone can resemble you or sound like you. It is the desire to assume your identity so fervently that they obliterate their own. Our identity is not just how we present ourselves to the world, but what we safeguard most vigilantly. And at times, we only recognize its worth when someone endeavors to steal it. Story 20, The Whispering House. She desired to repaint the nursery before the new arrival. The walls, once a faded blue, held stories untold beneath their surface. As she applied the first coat of white paint, something emerged from beneath letters, initially faint, then gradually sharpening into clarity. A message etched beneath the layers. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath hitched. Stepping back, she noticed them tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high for any child to reach. This discovery in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the inception of what would be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home at an unbelievably low price, unaware of its dark past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived, notebook poised in hand. A woman, her belly swollen with child, answered the door, wearing paint-spattered overalls. Dark circles framed her eyes, a testament to sleepless nights. Her hands trembled as she recounted finding the mysterious message in handprints. "The previous owners vanished suddenly," she explained. "Neighbors said they left in the dead of night with no moving truck, only essential belongings in their car." Detective Klein, with a sense of unease, explored the historic house, the aged floorboards creaking beneath her feet. In the nursery, she inspected the half-painted wall, the cryptic message still visible where the painting had been abruptly halted. Beside it, 5 small handprints adorned the wet paint, placed at a height meant for an adult. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property records. The house had changed hands 8 times in 30 years, a remarkably high turnover rate. More disturbing were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families. Children spoke of whispers from the walls and the sensation of being watched as they slept. The detective's investigation led her to Alina Blackwood, the former owner who ran an orphanage within the property during the early industrial era. 5 children under her care had disappeared without a trace. believed to have run away. As Detective Klein interviewed former residents, a chilling pattern emerged. Families with children reported strange occurrences: toys moved overnight, laughter echoing down empty corridors, and crayon drawings materializing on walls. Most dismissed these happenings as mere imagination until the cryptic messages appeared during repainting. The handwriting matched that of Alina Blackwood's journals, and the handprints, identical in size and placement, persisted through the years. A breakthrough came when the detective persuaded the current owners to allow ground-penetrating radar in the basement. Anomalies in the readings hinted at 5 child-sized shapes beneath the concrete floor. Upon excavation, a grim truth was revealed: 5 sets of child remains arranged in a circle, confirming the tragic fates of Alina's wards. Luminol sprayed throughout the nursery unveiled a haunting sight: handprints glowing in the darkness, invisible to the naked eye, covering every wall. Alina's journals unveiled her macabre intentions, believing she could extend her life by harnessing the energy of orphaned children sealed in the hidden room. The case concluded with the proper burial of the victims, their names now recognized as murder victims rather than runaways. The house stood deserted, the pregnant couple unwilling to return even for their possessions. Detective Klein submitted her final report, documenting the eerie handprints and hidden message. Justice was served, yet an inexplicable presence lingered within the house, reaching out through layers of time and paint. The nursery walls were demolished, but workers reported hearing children's whispers amidst the debris. The house, condemned and left to decay, became another enigma in the annals of unsolved mysteries, a reminder that some crimes leave indelible marks that fresh paint can never erase. Story 21. The tale of the Victorian-era home unfolded like a forgotten melody, whispered through time. Michael and Sarah Klein, unsuspecting new tenants, believed their biggest challenge would be peeling wallpaper. Little did they know, the layers beneath held a story begging to be unveiled. As they delicately stripped away the worn paper, a revelation awaited them. Inked in a frenzy of repetition, a name emerged like an echo from the past: Alina Winters. Each letter painstakingly etched, filling every inch of the wall with a haunting presence. This mysterious name did not belong to the previous owners, nor did it exist in any official records. Intrigued, they turned to the digital realm, where a single search yielded a chilling result: a decades-old missing persons case. The photograph of the vanished woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the enigmatic seller of the house, Margaret Cavendish. The Victorian abode, with its ornate woodwork and lofty ceilings, beckoned the couple with tales of yesteryears. Initially, the Kleins had no plans for immediate renovations, drawn instead to the charm and history woven into the walls. It all began with a simple water stain in the master bedroom, a yellowish blemish seeping through the floral wallpaper. Upon investigation, they unearthed a hidden narrative beneath the layers of time. Outdated patterns from bygone eras gave way to a startling discovery: the name Alina Winters, repeated obsessively in a frantic script, as if pleading to be remembered. Sarah's hushed inquiry about Alina echoed through the house, stirring a sense of unease within them. Determined to unravel the mystery, Michael delved into property records, tracing the house's lineage through the ages. The elusive Alina Winters remained a ghostly figure, her existence confined to faded news clippings and whispered rumors of a disappearance shrouded in mystery. Their quest for answers evolved into an all-consuming fixation, drawing them deeper into the enigma of the house's dark past. Nights turned into investigative vigils, as they navigated a labyrinth of secrets hidden within the walls. The retired detective's voice crackled over the phone, recounting the cold case of Alina Winters, a young woman who vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions. The pieces of the puzzle seemed to converge, blurring the lines between past and present, reality and illusion. Forensic teams descended upon their home, transforming it into a tableau of scrutiny and revelation. Layers of wallpaper peeled back, revealing secrets long buried beneath the surface. Handwriting experts scrutinized the frantic scrawls, seeking connections to a bygone era of loss and longing. A hidden space beneath the floorboards unveiled a trove of identities, each bearing the visage of Alina Winters in various guises. The final revelation, a convergence of past and present, linked Margaret Cavendish to a web of deception spun by a fractured mind. DNA analysis and fingerprints wove a tapestry of identities, blending Alina Winters with Rebecca Eldridge, a tormented soul consumed by the shadows of her own making. The walls bore witness to a tragedy of identities intertwined, a haunting echo of a fractured psyche seeking solace in a labyrinth of mirrors. As the excavation of their backyard unearthed long-buried truths, the specter of Alina Winters rose from the depths of obscurity. Rebecca Eldridge, masquerading as Margaret Cavendish, stood at the precipice of reckoning, her fractured personas converging in a symphony of guilt and revelation. Justice, though delayed, arrived at last for Alina's family, as the house that bore witness to unspeakable secrets became a beacon of truth in a world veiled by shadows. Michael and Sarah's dream home morphed into a symbol of remembrance, forever etched in the annals of truth, crime, a testament to the enduring power of stories hidden within the walls of time. Story 22. The wooden plank shifted ever so slightly under her weight, catching her attention with its subtle movement. Curious, she knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges of the loose board, sensing a hidden space beneath the seemingly solid floor. With gentle precision, she lifted the boards, unveiling a dark, narrow cavity beneath her new home. At first, only dust and cobwebs greeted her eyes, but as they adjusted to the dim light, shapes began to emerge from the shadows. A mattress, a chair. And tucked away in a corner, a weathered notebook filled with pages upon pages of a single name, her name, written repeatedly as if etched by an unseen hand. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, observing the mixture of fear and disbelief in her eyes as she peered into the abyss beneath the floorboards. It wasn't just the discovery of a hidden room that unsettled Sarah. It was the violation of her sanctuary, the intrusion of something malevolent into what should have been a fresh start. "Please don't disturb anything further," Detective Reed's voice was a steady anchor in the swirling uncertainty. With a click, her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing walls plastered with surveillance photographs, snapshots of Sarah's daily life, captured without her knowledge, a shrine of obsession carefully concealed beneath her feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of a solitary man named Walter Green, a man with no known connections or descendants. The property had stood empty for months before Sarah's purchase, its listing extolling its charm and potential for minor renovations. No mention of the hidden chamber lurking beneath the floorboards. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah's voice wavered. "The neighbors said he kept to himself. I was told that basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report indicated." As crime scene investigators arrived, their equipment clattering against the wooden floors, a meticulous process of documentation and extraction unfolded. The mattress, the chair, the notebook, all carefully removed from their clandestine resting place. Forensic analysis uncovered a multitude of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green, scattered throughout the hidden chamber. But what sent shivers down the investigators' spines was the timeline that emerged from the evidence. Walter had been surveilling Sarah for at least 3 years before his demise, blending seamlessly into her world, a ghostly presence she had never perceived. The progression from fixation to action is a dangerous path, the department psychologist intoned during a debriefing. The hidden room suggests a meticulous preparation for something more than mere observation. Detective Reed's inquiries took a surprising turn when she interviewed Walter's former colleague from the maintenance department at a local shopping center. The man's uneasy demeanor betrayed a hidden truth as he fidgeted with his wedding band. He spoke of her sometimes, the man confessed. Said she reminded him of someone. I thought it was harmless, just the musings of an old man I never imagined. His voice trailed off, haunted by memories. Did he ever mention any plans concerning her? Reed prodded gently. Not specific plans, but he had this phrase he'd repeat. She belongs with me. I dismissed it as idle talk, the man revealed. A search of Walter's untouched workplace locker yielded a mysterious key that led to a storage unit registered in his name. With a grating screech, the metal door rolled open, revealing a chilling sight. Replicas of Sarah's former life, her bed, her desk, her living room meticulously arranged within the unit. A mannequin, adorned with a wig mirroring Sarah's hairstyle, sat motionless at a replica desk. And on a calendar, a date circled ominously in red, bearing a single word, together. It emerged from the investigation that Walter had a history of institutionalization due to an obsession with a teacher in his youth, a condition known as erotomania. Decades of uneventful existence shattered by Sarah's unwitting resemblance to his past fixation, triggering a descent into old, dangerous patterns. Spread across the conference table were the stark images of Walter's delusion, a reminder of the fragile line between fixation and action. In his mind, they shared a bond destined to unite them, Detective Reed mused, her gaze reflecting the weight of the revelation. Could there have been a chance encounter that sparked this obsession? A fellow detective ventured. Reed shook her head. There's no evidence to suggest such a catalyst. Sometimes these fixations need only the slightest spark, a fleeting glance, a passing smile. For someone with his history, that could have been enough. Unable to shake the specter of Walter's obsession, Sarah made the decision to sell the house, severing ties with the shadows that lurked beneath its floorboards. As she stood in the now empty living room during the final walkthrough with her realtor, a shiver ran through her. I can't help but wonder what might have unfolded if he hadn't met his end when he did, her voice barely above a whisper. How long would I have dwelled here, unaware of his unseen gaze, unaware of the secrets hidden beneath my feet? With Walter's demise, the case was officially closed, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, a grim testament to the danger that had loomed over Sarah. She relocated, altering her routines and guarding her privacy with newfound vigilance. Detective Reed kept a watchful eye from afar, a silent guardian acknowledging the thin line that had separated Sarah from a darker fate. The cottage passed into the hands of a young couple oblivious to its hidden history, the sealed room a mere memory of past terrors. Life flowed onward, the echoes of Walter's obsession fading into the recesses of memory. But for those privy to the truth, The tale of the room beneath the floor served as a haunting reminder of the unseen perils that linger, of monsters who vanish before being unmasked, and of victims who narrowly evade their own harrowing destinies. Story 23, The Realtor's Secret. The realtor's listing boasted of charm and history, but it made no mention of a basement. The Mercer family, drawn to the two-story house with its faded siding and creaking floors, believed they were embarking on a new chapter in their lives. Little did they know that the house held secrets far darker than they could have imagined. Upon peeling back the old carpet, the family stumbled upon a hidden door, its heavy handle rusted with age. With combined effort, they managed to pry it open, unleashing a rush of stale air thick with the scent of damp earth. Descending the steps into the darkness below, they expected to find storage space, but what greeted them was chillingly different. A solitary chair occupied the center of the small basement, illuminated by a swaying light bulb casting eerie shadows. Behind the chair, a row of photographs lined the wall, photographs of themselves. Images captured from within their own home, documenting their every move with unsettling precision. Detective Sarah Connors and her partner arrived at the scene, greeted by Mrs. Mercer's trembling voice as she recounted the discovery. The basement became a crime scene, shrouded in mystery and fear, as the forensic team meticulously documented the eerie space. The investigation uncovered a history of the house that was marred by inexplicable occurrences and unexplained phenomena. As they delved deeper, the past owners of the house emerged as key figures in the twisted narrative. Each family had experienced a similar invasion of privacy, captured in photographs and audio recordings meticulously collected by an unseen observer. The basement revealed a hidden monitoring station, complete with surveillance equipment and a journal filled with disturbing observations. The trail led back to the original builder of the house, Edward Kelvin, a figure shrouded in mystery and darkness. His presence within the hidden passages of the house, his meticulous documentation of the families who resided there, revealed a chilling truth that he had never truly left the property he had built. Kelvin's delusions painted the families as mere actors in his private theater, unwitting participants in his twisted game of observation. His arrest and subsequent trial laid bare the extent of his surveillance network, leaving the families scarred by the violation of their privacy and the realization that they had never been truly alone. As the house was demolished and the ground beneath it filled, the families grappled with the lingering sense of unease and paranoia. Haunted by the thought of unseen eyes watching, of hidden spaces within the walls, they questioned their own sense of security and wondered if they would ever be free from the specter of Edward Kelvin's voyeuristic legacy. Story 24, the town held a secret, a house nestled at the edge of the woods, shrouded in mystery. Its windows were dark, its porch weary from the weight of time. No one laid claim to it, and its origins faded into whispers of forgotten memory. But when a group of wanderers strayed too close, they glimpsed an enigma, a list of names etched into the wooden walls, like ancient runes of caution. And at the end of this eerie roster, fresh and untouched, a name unknown until one voice quivered, "That belongs to me." When the night beckoned, a call came through, a routine report of trespassing. The voice belonged to Mason Wright, the one who stumbled upon his name carved into that forsaken dwelling. Responding officers anticipated mere mischief, youthful antics perhaps, yet what awaited them defied reason. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as dusk draped the forest in shadows. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the weathered face of the house. 27 names adorn the wall, some faded by time, others sharp as if freshly hewn. And at the base, Mason Wright, the carving still fragrant with sawdust. "I've never set foot here," Mason claimed, his breath a mist in the chilly air. "How could anyone know my name?" The inquiry delved into the backgrounds of each name inscribed. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Each name belonged to those who vanished over the past 40 years. Some cases had grown cold, others lingered open, but all shared a chilling thread: the missing had disappeared while hiking alone. Forensic experts cataloged the carvings meticulously, noting the nuances of depth, technique, and aging. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, tied to a case from decades past, a tale of a young woman lost to these very woods. Search efforts yielded naught but a lone boot by a stream. Mason's account remained steadfast under scrutiny. He professed no ties to the area beyond this fateful hike with college companions, their trail chosen at random, guided by an online suggestion. No link surfaced between him and the other names on that ominous wall. Attention turned to Mason's comrades. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, unveiled images captured during their trek. Analysts uncovered a disquieting presence, a blurred figure looming in the background of 3 photos, a specter masked by trees. "We encountered no one else," Emily maintained. "We'd surely have remembered." Detective Keller authorized a search within the house. Abandoned and desolate, dust cloaked every surface, furniture in disarray. Yet in the cellar, a macabre tableau awaited. Belongings of the missing hikers lined shelves meticulously: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each tagged with a name from the exterior wall. Technicians meticulously documented the evidence. UV light unveiled aged bloodstains on the floor, futilely erased. Below the house, no bodies lay interred, yet cadaver dogs signaled fervently at the densest part of the forest beyond. As scrutiny intensified, Mason's demeanor grew erratic. He reported eerie incidents, whispers in the night, telltale footprints leading to his door but not away, spectral figures observing from the shadows. Assigned protection, his paranoia mounted. A breakthrough surfaced in Forgotten Land records. The property belonged to Victor Blackwood, a recluse of a hunter who vanished 15 years prior, his fate unprobed. A warrant granted access to the surrounding woods. A network of primitive blinds emerged, strategically placed along popular trails. In one, a journal chronicled hikers observed, their habits noted, handwriting akin to Blackwood's sparse documents. Entries evolved from animal prey to human quarry, detailing the selection of victims. The hunt for Blackwood surged across jurisdictions. Helicopters scanned with thermal eyes, tactical teams combed each crevice, yet the quarry eluded capture. Mason ceased contact. Officers found his apartment deserted, save for a new inscription: "The hunter becomes the hunted." Weeks passed in the quest for Mason. A revisit to Blackwood's abode unearthed a hidden chamber, a workshop housing tools, preservatives, and a fresh carving bearing a familiar name. The missing forensic technician, absent that day, his whereabouts unknown. Surveillance encased the house, vigilant and watchful. Motion sensors alerted one fateful night. Cameras captured a figure, tall and lithe, emerging from the woods, advancing undeterred. Tactical units closed in, yet cameras faltered and the figure vanished. Today, the house remains under watchful eye. Mason and the technician remain lost. Investigations persist as vanishings echo in distant woods. The names etched on that wall are whispered among investigators, some refusing to utter them, others shunning the case entirely. And local hikers skirt the house, fearing to speak its name, lest they join that spectral list names unspoken. Story 25. The tale of the new homeowners began with a peculiar quirk, the crackling of the old intercom system late at night, a forgotten relic from a bygone era. It was a feature of the Victorian manor they now called home, nestled among ancient oak trees with a weathered exterior that masked a modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had been drawn to the property by its history and charm, despite the unease that lingered in the air during their initial walkthrough. One fateful night, curiosity led the husband to press the intercom button, unleashing a whisper that sent shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" The mysterious voice crackled through the speaker, leaving him stunned. His wife, standing behind him, denied ever uttering those words, deepening the mystery that enveloped their home. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in response to a call about a potential break-in, but she sensed there was more to the story than met the eye. Daniel, with a solemn expression, recounted how the unsettling occurrences had begun with the intercom static turning into whispers, whispers into full sentences that echoed through the halls, unsettling both him and his wife. Intrigue peaked when Meredith revealed a hidden secret, a small leather-bound journal discovered behind a wall during a renovation project. The journal belonged to a woman named Alina, the previous owner, whose elegant yet frantic handwriting chronicled her fear of her husband, Vincent, and his sinister intentions. The final entry, dated 30 years ago, marked the abrupt end of Alina's writings, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. As Detective Reeves delved deeper into the history of the house, a chilling truth emerged. Vincent and Alina Blackwood, the former owners, had a dark past marred by secrets and tragedy. The discovery of human remains beneath the garden shed, identified as Alina's through forensic analysis, painted a grim picture of betrayal and murder. Vincent Blackwood, now aged and residing in a care facility, confessed to the crime with a disturbing calmness, revealing his elaborate scheme to deceive everyone about Alina's disappearance. His desire for silence had driven him to commit a heinous act, burying his wife beneath the very ground he walked on for years. The trial of Vincent Blackwood concluded swiftly, with a guilty plea and a sentencing that reflected the heinous nature of his crime. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark past, bid farewell to their home, holding a solemn memorial for Alina in the restored garden where her remains had been found. The house, now devoid of its haunting intercom system, passed into new hands, its whispers silenced but not forgotten. Workers during the renovations reported strange occurrences, attributing them to mere coincidences. Detective Reeves, as she closed the chapter on the Blackwood case, pondered the house's enigmatic ability to reveal its secrets across time. The legacy of the house that answered back lingered in the local law enforcement's memory, a reminder of how the echoes of the past could reverberate through the present. Detective Reeves, on her occasional drives past the property, felt a lingering presence in the air, as if the whispers of the past still carried on the breeze, seeking to be heard once more. Story 26. The motel stood as a relic of forgotten days, its facade worn and weary under the weight of time. Guests passed through its doors fleetingly, seeking only a temporary respite from the world outside. The night air held a whisper of mystery as the clerk handed her the key, his eyes betraying a silent warning. Just avoid the last door on the left, his voice barely more than a murmur, laden with unspoken secrets. Intrigue tugged at her curiosity as she navigated the shadowed hallway that night, the dim light casting eerie shadows across faded wallpaper. Her steps faltered before the nondescript door, its surface as unassuming as the others, yet an inexplicable chill crept through the handle as she reached out. Pressing her ear against the wood, she heard a faint, rhythmic breath from the other side, a presence concealed in the darkness. Detective Morgan Reed entered the scene, her senses awakening to the familiar scent of blood that lingered in the air like a macabre perfume. Beyond the yellow tape, a tableau of contradictions unfolded before her eyes. A pristine bathroom, an undisturbed bed, and the stark horror of a life extinguished in the space between. The young woman lay motionless on the floor, her golden locks splayed around her like a tragic halo, her eyes fixed on the ceiling in a silent plea for answers. As Reed knelt beside the victim, the forensic technician's voice cut through the heavy silence, matter of fact in its recounting of the grim details. This was not the first nor the second. A pattern emerged, a signature of tragedy repeated. The victim's attire spoke of a world far removed from this forgotten motel, a touch of elegance in a place devoid of grace. It was not theft that brought her here, but a darker force, a malevolent hand guiding her final moments. The hotel manager lingered in the shadows, his pallor betraying his unease as he shared what little he knew. The victim's solitary check-in, the cash payment, the abrupt end discovered by an unwitting made pieces of a puzzle that refused to fit neatly into place. Reed scanned the room, seeking clues in the absence of evidence. No forced entry, no struggle, only the silent accusation of a life extinguished by familiarity or trust betrayed. Back at the station, the evidence board bore witness to a chilling revelation. A series of women, each bearing a striking resemblance, each meeting their end in the anonymity of cheap motels. The whispers of a predator on the prowl grew louder, casting a shadow over the community's fragile peace. Autopsy findings offered little solace, confirming the methodical cruelty of the killer's hand, devoid of the primal urges that often stained such tragedies. Days blurred into nights as Reed delved deeper into the labyrinth of the victim's life, searching for a thread to unravel the enigma before her. Surveillance footage yielded no answers. Friends painted a portrait of a woman out of place in this sordid tale. It was in a sister's trembling confession that a glimmer of truth emerged, a man known only as C, lurking in the shadows of the victim's secrets. The workplace became a battleground of half-truths and hidden alliances, where ambition masked darker desires and loyalty crumbled under the weight of deception. Charles Emerson, a figure of authority and influence, stood at the center of Reed's scrutiny, his polished exterior concealing a web of deceit that threatened to ensnare them all. The dance of interrogation revealed cracks in his facade, whispers of a forbidden liaison that ended in tragedy. Forensic evidence painted a damning portrait, linking Emerson to a tapestry of deceit woven with the threads of his victims' lives. The courtroom became a stage for justice, a spectacle of grief and closure for those left behind. Emerson's stoic demeanor cracked under the weight of his crimes, revealing a void where remorse should have resided, a chilling emptiness that sent shivers down Reed's spine. The case, dubbed The Door on the Left, faded from headlines, but its echoes lingered in the corridors of Reed's mind. Hotel keys, silent witnesses to the horrors that unfolded behind closed doors, remained locked away, tangible reminders of a truth too dark to be forgotten. And as she walked down empty hallways, the ghosts of the past whispered their secrets, a reminder that some doors once opened could never be closed again. Story 27. The calf had been his sanctuary for years, same spot, same brew, same quietude. To the barista, he was a familiar face without a known name. Then one day he failed to appear. When the authorities inspected his customary haunt, they stumbled upon a forgotten wallet. Within it, a driver's license displayed a face, yet no name, no address, just a vacant space where his identity ought to reside. Upon scrutinizing the surveillance footage, Detective Sarah Mercer found something inexplicable. The man, now dubbed John Doe in the case records, had entered. He had seated himself, yet he had never departed. Mercer's touch lingered on the icy metal table as she replayed the footage once more. John Doe, captured on camera, seemed utterly ordinary. Of average stature, unremarkable countenance, clad in a navy coat with a weathered leather bag slung over his shoulder. Nothing about him stood out, intensifying the disquiet surrounding his vanishing act. "Show it again," she directed the tech specialist. The footage unfurled the sequence, John entering the cafe amidst the morning bustle, ordering his usual black coffee sans sugar, and settling at the secluded table shielded by a verdant plant. He sat down, unfurled his bag, extracted a notebook, and commenced writing. Occasionally he'd sip his coffee and gaze out the window. Then came the pivotal moment. He placed his wallet on the table, rose, and ambled towards the corridor leading to the restroom. Yet he never retraced his steps back to his table. He never emerged through any exit. He simply evaporated. "Review the restroom footage," Mercer instructed. "That's the peculiar thing," the specialist responded. "He never entered any restroom. We've scrutinized every camera angle. It's as though he dissipated into thin air." Back at the precinct, Mercer scattered the wallet's contents across her desk. The driver's license photo mirrored their enigma, yet where personal details should be, only blank voids lingered. The credit cards bore no names, solely 16-digit numbers that led to non-existent accounts when traced. Neatly arranged cash of assorted denominations, a receipt from the cafe dated 3 days prior, and a solitary business card devoid of text except for a faintly printed phone number in gray ink. When Mercer dialed the number, the call connected, yet silence pervaded. She discerned faint sounds akin to rustling paper, perhaps pages being turned. 30 seconds passed before the call abruptly terminated. The barista who had served John for years could provide scant information. He seldom spoke, always courteous, generous with tips. I reckon he had a foreign accent, but he spoke so softly it was hard to discern. "Did he engage with anyone here, hold conversations?" Mercer inquired. "Never, always by himself, perpetually engrossed in that notebook." The notebook lay on the table beside the forsaken wallet, its pages filled with what seemed to be encoded text or ciphers. Cryptographers from the department grappled with deciphering it. Some pages featured sketches, architectural plans of edifices that bore no resemblance to any known structures in the vicinity. Mercer dispatched officers to canvass the neighborhood with John Doe's photos. No one recognized him. No missing persons reports aligned with his description. His fingerprints eluded all databases. It was as though he existed solely within the confines of that cafe. During her inquiry, Mercer discerned an anomaly in the surveillance footage. Each morning when John entered the cafe, the camera's time stamp flickered momentarily. The tech specialist brushed it off as a system glitch, yet Mercer harbored skepticism. Returning to the cafe, she occupied his table. From this vantage point, she could surveil both the entrance and the hallway leading to the restrooms. Hung between them was an antique mirror, its frame intricately embellished with symbols akin to those in John's notebook. When the cafe owner arrived, Mercer probed him about the mirror. "That thing, it predates me, came with the establishment. Weighty as sin requires 2 men to shift it. Has it ever been relocated, for cleaning or renovation?" "Not in my tenure. Why do you ask?" Mercer approached the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. The glass emitted a subtle distortion, rendering the reflection deeper than usual. She laid her hand upon its surface, anticipating cool glass, only to encounter an anomalous warmth. The forensics team arrived to inspect the mirror. Upon its detachment from the wall, they uncovered a small, concealed space behind it. Within resided a stack of identical wallets, each containing a driver's license bearing the same photo but void of any personal particulars. Adjacent lay a leather-bound journal replete with entries spanning decades, inscribed in the identical hand as the notebook left on the table. The ultimate entry read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near." The aperture is narrowing. Investigators discovered John Doe's fingerprints throughout the obscured compartment. Carbon dating of the earliest wallet suggested it dated back approximately 50 years, yet the photo depicted the same unaltered visage. The journal entries delineated what seemed to be experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference. Allusions to crossing back and window points were interspersed throughout. One paragraph seized Mercer's attention. The CAF acts as a nexus and intersection where realities converge. The mirror serves as the portal. When alignment materializes, passage becomes viable. As the inquiry deepened, peculiar incidents began unfolding around the CAF. Patrons reported witnessing their reflections moving autonomously in the window glass. Several professed to have glimpsed John Doe seated at his usual spot, notwithstanding security cameras registering no presence. A breakthrough materialized when an elderly woman reached out to the police station, inquiring about the investigation. She identified herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist involved in classified governmental projects. She recognized John Doe from the news broadcasts. His real name was Daniel Weston, she elucidated, a brilliant theoretical physicist who vanished while engrossed in an experimental endeavor concerning quantum mirror surfaces with the potential to facilitate matter traversing between parallel realities. Keller furnished documents indicating Weston had been presumed deceased subsequent to a laboratory mishap. The date of his disappearance aligned with the earliest entry in the journal discovered behind the mirror. He posited our reality is but one of many coexisting simultaneously, Keller elaborated. He theorized that specific locales function as vulnerable points between these realities, locales where one could potentially transition. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Mercer revisited the CAF. She ascertained that the edifice stood upon land that once accommodated the research facility where Weston had twalled. The CAF had been erected directly atop the laboratory from which he had vanished. The zenith of the case unfurled when, alone late one night, Mercer, scrutinizing the surveillance footage, discerned an oversight in the recordings. In the mirror's reflection, a sight previously overlooked materialized. John Doe Daniel Weston observing himself seated at the table. Two iterations of the same man coexisting simultaneously. Rushing to the CAF to re-inspect the mirror, Mercer found it shattered on the floor. Amidst the shattered glass lay a final missive inscribed in that familiar script. The experiment concludes. The aperture seals shut. Do not pursue. The enigma of the Phantom Man lingers unsolved officially. The CAF shuttered shortly post-investigation. The structure eventually razed. Daniel Weston's remains were never recovered. His notebooks and journals vanished from the evidence room under mysterious circumstances. Shortly thereafter, Detective Mercer resigned from the force. Neighbors sporadically observe her seated on her porch, feverishly jotting in a notebook mirroring Weston's. Adorning her wall dangles a fragment of an antique mirror, its surface at times seeming to undulate when unobserved.